And we are live from Calgary, Canada, the IPF World Championships. We're going to be covering the 120 juniors, 120 plus sub-juniors, and 120 plus juniors. This is Six-Pack Lapidat. I am joined by Matt Goldsmith, coach from the Canadian coaching staff in the Open. Matt, I think we got ourselves some battles on the hands.
I think we do as well.
Now, a quick look at the 120s. Speaking of Canadians, Jackson Spencer twice has won a silver medal at the World Championships, coming into the Worlds in his home country, and he is the #1 nomination in his final appearance as a junior. Seen him backstage, and he told me, this is the year. This is the year. It's his last chance on home soil. Let's see if he could do it. But first, 235 kilo from Lucas of Brazil. No question on
Nice,
that.
there we go.
All the way up, 3 white lights, and a good lift for Lucas. We are underway, ladies and gentlemen. Please load the bar to 245 kilos for Yumi Ohara of Japan.
Bar's ready.
The bar is loaded. 245 kilos, Yumi Ohara, Japan. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause, please.
245 kilo for Yumi Ohara of Japan. And we're not looking for any major struggles here for these openers. Some of these lifters, like Yumi, have traveled a long ways. And it's good.
Nice. That was a really, really nice spot.
3 white lights and a good lift for Yumi Ohara, 245 kilos.
Looking at some of these openers, we have 4 lifters opening 300 kilo and plus.
Yeah.
And they're going to move quite easily.
Bar's ready.
The bar is loaded. Screen is not up to date. This is not. This is
Japan.
260 on the bar.
2 lifters in the field.
The lifter is Yamakawa,
This is
also
a Yamakawa from Japan, 260 kilo load on the bar for his opener.
260 kilos.
What?
Wow.
Nice.
Very well controlled. Depth for sure. Very smooth.
They got look easy, ladies and gentlemen. 3 white lights and a good lift for Taiki Yamakawa. 265. Next weight on the bar. Robin Heinecker of Germany.
Next up, 265 being loaded for Robin Mayak
Bar is loaded.
of
265
Germany.
kilos. Robin Heinecker.
Meinecke, excuse me.
What?
Long way up and down for Robin. Hits depth quite easily.
Yep. Nope, really pushed his chest up as he's coming up.
Oh, wow. Good
Two
opportunity.
reds
Look at
on
that
depth
replay.
there.
Both side referees giving a red card. So
Take a
ladies and
second look here.
gentlemen, for the German lifter.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
on the
yeah.
line.
No, I guess that's fair.
Kieran Gray, all the way from Great Britain.
Bar's ready.
Kieran Gray from Great Britain, 270 kilo being loaded on the bar.
Almost crossing that 600-pound mark there.
We're getting close already, and it's just the openers. Great Britain's had some very good lifters already.
What?
Step, that should be good.
The way these guys are moving their weights like it's nothing. That
3
is
white
the
lights,
right
judges
to
agree.
Kieran, 270. Next weight on the bar. This is the
And
main
Callum
bar.
Fleet of New Zealand, 270 kilo being loaded on the bar for him.
Bars ready.
And the type of weights that's going to be moved here, these spotters and loaders got to be a little on edge.
Yeah.
That's a lot of weight moving through the air. If somebody misses.
It's always a little nerve-wracking when someone's got over 300 on the bar.
Yeah. Kudos to these fellas on the platform.
What?
Oh, wow.
Probably a little heavier than he wanted it to be, but
I think he'll get it, but I'm not sure how much room to spare
Exactly.
unless can he maybe, let's see how he broke down. Hopefully it's not by the weight.
maybe he tried to just kind of bounce in a little too hard there. You kind of saw his hips just kind of
Yeah,
give that
there's-
little bit of a pop right at the bottom.
Bars
And
ready.
I mean, he is traveling from New
Yeah,
Zealand.
yeah. We don't know. Maybe he could have even gotten here like last night and something like that.
Boris from Bulgaria. 280 kilo on the bar. Now we're well into the 600s. These are just the openers.
What?
Wow.
Nice.
Moved rather well. 3 white lights.
I'm sorry, I got that wrong. The next weight
Really nice out of the hole there.
295 kilos for Bogdan
Gets that perfect little bounce.
Bars ready.
Hips don't shift back.
295 kilos, 650 pounds. On the
Bogdan
bar.
of Russia. 295 kilo loaded on the bar. And we are about to enter into the 300 kilos on openers.
What?
Depth. Bit of a scrap though.
Through the sticking point nicely.
3 white lights. Begs the question if there's a lot of movement to be had
Exactly.
after that.
Kilos.
Bars ready.
It was definitely deep. There's
Yeah.
a bit of a sticking point halfway
Yeah,
through.
just had to kind of catch that tension coming up out of the hole.
Tristan Nasal-Rod of US opening with 300 kilo. Tristan, one of the bigger lads in the 120. Such a big weight class, you kind of have a variance of weights weighed in here.
Nasal Rod nominated at second here.
Yeah, he's definitely in contention. It's Nasal-Rod and the Canadian Jackson Spencer.
What?
Favorites, but there can be some shakeups. That's
Nice.
well
Really takes
controlled.
his time kind of finding depth in that hole, but it keeps all his tightness there, so he just pops right
Yeah.
up.
Yep,
Same weight,
I
same
have to agree with you.
300 kilos.
3 white lights and he's good for it.
Of Ukraine, the bar is loaded. 300 kilos. Dmitro Vov, Ukraine.
We saw Dmitro last year too. He's got a gigantic bench press here, so he'll be one of those classic subtotal guys.
Oh wow, opening up with 220 on the bench.
Yeah.
What?
I think his beard's a little smaller than last year.
Let's hope it doesn't affect him. Depth looks good. Whoa.
Yeah, there
300
we go.
kilo with
That-
ease.
Easy. And 3 white lights.
And he is a massive man.
He's got that very close stance squat, so he gets that huge bounce right out of the bottom.
Especially when you have legs the
Yeah.
size of tree trunks.
Oh, goodness.
Bars ready.
The bar is loaded at 305 kilos for Mehmet.
Kaya from Sweden. 305 kilo loaded on the bar for his opener. He is intense for an opener. Although with your opener, you got a little anxiety. You're trying to get on the board.
Yeah.
A lot of nervous energy. Putting it to good use. Nicely done. Wow.
Nice.
Moved very well. 2 whites, that's all he needs.
Yeah.
Action, Jackson Spencer, 320 kilos loaded on the bar, opening over 700 pounds. And people are going nuts here. Best squat, 318.5 kilo.
Yeah.
So his training's gone well.
Yes. No.
Now-
He's
I know the Canadian team would never load him up. Actually, his nomination is 345.
yeah.
Makes more sense. Jackson Spencer, 2-time silver medalist, looking to graduate into Canada's Golden Boy in the 120s. Wow. That was smooth, depth, easy, and he's pointing up the number 1. Could it be his year?
Watch, he just kind of sits back, loads up those hips, and just rides that tightness down into the hole.
He is
And
so
just
efficient.
bangs right up.
He might be one of the most efficient big men in the squatting game. I mean, sure, there are bigger men in the 120 pluses moving more weight, but his squat is so efficient.
Yeah.
Bang on form. Really gets the most out of his levers. 250 kilos for Lucas of Brazil. Looking to gain 15 kilo. Depth. Well done. Well done. And that's an appropriate second attempt
No, I think
there.
that was good.
You hit an opener that gets you on the board and kind of wakes the nervous system up.
Yeah.
You hit a second attempt that adequately advances you. And then the third is when you really want to test yourself.
Exactly.
Robin from Germany.
Got to sink it just a little bit more this time.
Yeah.
Come on, Robin. Easy way.
This should definitely be within his means. As you said, just a matter of sinking it slightly more. The German has done 270 in competition. This is below his best, so he should be able to handle this. That's depth. There
we
you
go.
go. Oh, second time's a charm, more than likely for him. Judges agree.
There we go.
Robin is in the competition with that lift. 265 remains on the bar.
Well done, and he's obviously got a lot of room to spare. Now, do you think he jumps up with his planned second attempt or his planned third?
I think it'll probably be somewhere right in the middle between the two. He's hit 2 of them.
Right.
They're both moving fast.
Yeah, absolutely no hesitation there at all. He's got plenty of room. O'Hara of Japan, 260 kilo, a 20 kilo jump, but for a 120 kilo lifter, 20 kilos in the squat, not that crazy. Deep. Whoa, sticking point, and he fights through it.
We saw him kind of, right as he got out of the hole, he shifted onto the inside of his right foot there. And
Oh,
you see it
no.
kind of pop
little,
inwards.
little unbalanced. Let's take a look at the
Yeah.
feet.
3 white lights. 277.5 kilos.
Yeah, he did. Yep. That knee's
That just
threatening
lost
to cave.
all that posterior chain tension. And your body just kind of has to sit there until you can kind of recoup that, and then you can keep moving.
Gotta steady that foot,
Yeah.
push the knee back out.
Very important.
I'm-
Everything starts from the feet.
I'm wondering, so maybe he does have a little room to advance if he can keep flat-footed,
Yeah.
keep his base underneath him. Sometimes you can make the weight look a lot heavier than it is, and you actually got more in the tank. Yamakawa from Japan, 277.5 kilo loaded on the bar for his second attempt. Also fairly big, 17.5 kilo jump for him. Very deep, strong, and he does keep a strong base beneath him, able to fight through his sticking point and gets 3 white lights.
280 kilos.
280 kilo being loaded on the bar now for Callum Pumfleet of New Zealand. Callum taking a 10 kilo jump.
Bar's ready.
Bar is loaded, thank you loaders. 280 kilos, Callum Pumfleet, New Zealand.
White flag, white flag.
What?
Callum electing not to do up his Velcro straps here on his shoes.
Well, if he's the one who tied him, they
Yeah.
might be plenty strong tight. And that looked fairly solid. We'll see what the judges say about.
Oh,
I was just about to say
Yeah.
about depth. It was
yeah.
strong and solid. Depth was on the line. We have another shot here. He moved away well. I think he could definitely hit it with it.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
Bar's ready.
Excellent calls
Bar is
there.
loaded, 290 for Kieran.
Kieran Gray of Great Britain, 290 kilo. This is another 20 kilo jump. But once again, these are the big boys. You see these guys in real life, they are absolutely massive.
Oh, yeah.
You just lose the back spotter behind him. He's so big.
What?
Sits on those hips, bounces out.
Very
Oh,
low,
there we
but
go.
Wow.
Very,
No
very
question
consistent
there.
on the way up.
3 white lights and picks up 20 more kilo.
See, it kind of shifts those hips back right as he goes down. Just stretching out those hamstrings. He gets that huge bounce. Just pushes them all the way up.
Yeah, he likes to break at the hips.
Bar's ready.
The bar is loaded.
Boris of Bulgaria, 300 kilo loaded on the bar for his second attempt. Again, a 20 kilo jump. Let's see if the Bulgarian can handle this. Kind of an indication his opener moved rather well. Most of them
Yeah.
did. And it's the second attempt that kind of gives you an indication of how far they're probably going to try to push their third.
What?
Fairly hefty jump here at 20 kilos, but
Yeah, but there's
it could be
few of them.
intentional.
And he fights through his sticking point. There's been a few 20 kilo jumps.
Yep.
Nice Boris, 3 white lights and a good lift.
Obviously far more common to see those kind of jumps the bigger the weight class.
Prokopiev of Russia.
And Bogdan of Russia, 305 kilo being loaded on the bar for his second attempt. And this would be matching his personal best. Only 19 years of age.
Bar's ready.
Thank you, loaders. Bar is loaded. 305 kilos. Bogdan Prokopiev.
Bit of a spread when it comes to these juniors. You got your veterans like Spencer of Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can have the Russian here who's enjoying, I believe, his first year in the Worlds at the junior level. Just like Spencer progressed through the ranks, these gentlemen are looking to do the same. Well, depth. Oh,
no.
wow.
That is up and
Great
down.
hole. I think it was down up, but that
Yeah.
was a great display of
Yeah.
heart. That's to be expected, but that was an amazing fight on
Oh,
him.
yeah.
Very untidy. Down up for sure, but
I think he just bottomed out just a little bit too hard.
yeah. And you lose a little
Lost
tension.
a little bit too much of that tension.
Yeah.
It's a very risky game you play when you really rely on that bounce to get you out.
Certainly no shortage of firepower.
No, exactly. This is where it keeps his belt pretty high. I think that's something we commented on last year, actually, too.
Yep. Sometimes the bigger you are, it kind of can work against you if you feel a little too squished at the bottom.
Yeah.
The compression's still there. And 315 kilos. That's a 15 kilo jump. Nasal rod. He's hit 317 and a half before, and I'm assuming he's stronger than his nominated squat. Yep. Looks nice. Slow and steady. 3 white lights. He's got room to grow. It won't be a big jump. He had to work for that one, but it's a decent jump nonetheless. Likely good for a personal best, and he's
Yeah.
going to need it. because he's found himself in a bit of a fight.
3 lifters remaining round 2.
Now, Jackson Spencer, he's got a monster squat, but if any of these gentlemen are hoping to catch him on the deads,
Yeah.
guess what? He's opening with the biggest deadlift.
Blue and a black.
Dmitro from Ukraine, 315 kilo for his second attempt, 15 kilo jump. This would temporarily put him into second place. And Dmitro looking like he just stepped off a Game of Thrones episode.
Nice.
Just a monster of a man. Handles 315 like it's a toy. Oh, depth.
Oh, no.
Strength was there. Good all day. Let's take a look at the depth, though.
320 next weight on top.
That angle looked okay, but one of the refs did give him a white. That's the thing. I mean, we've mentioned before, sometimes the hips aren't completely balanced.
Exactly.
One hip might be below, one hip might be just high. Now the Swede coming out fired up. 320 kilo. Breaking past the 700s. And upping the ante from his opener, and the intensity is coming up a level. Now, I talked to some of the spotters when they said the big boys are moving the big weights. They are sweating, praying for a successful attempt. Depth is going to be on the line. Moved it well, though.
Silver, red, white, silver.
See what they say. Yep. Judges agree. I mean, that was about as high as you're going to be allowed. And
Exactly.
keeps it there. He's okay. Economical on his depth. Yep. Right on that line. Jackson Spencer of Canada, 337.5.
Any changes you want to start thinking about making those?
Competing 3 years.
The bar is loaded.
Not sure that's been updated.
5 kilos, Jackson Spencer.
But he's hit on his nomination. 345 kilos, so 337 and a half should be within means. And if you want to write a book on how to squat with efficiency, you're going to want to study Jackson Spencer's squat. And that's a thing of beauty right there. 3 white lights. That's how it's done. Take another shot at this. Straight up, straight down. You see no jockeying with his body. Nothing gets out of line. The weight, the bar speed never slows. No sticking points. Just bang on with that squat. And he is really pulling ahead. I believe that's probably the gold medal in squat. But
Likely, yes.
the battle is still on. He needs kilos in his third squat to go towards his total.
160 kilos.
Now Brazil's Lucas is going to go for 260 kilo, 10 kilo jump. Lucas getting some instructions from his coach, some cheering from the crowd. The Brazilian's very vocal. Whoa, and he's got some heart.
Nice. That's a good fight.
The kid's got heart. 3 up, 2 whites, and that's all you need. Gives a bout to the crowd. You know, it's been said, you got 2 Brazilians in the crowd, it's going to sound like 20. A ruckus bunch. Love to support their countrymen and women. And 272.5 kilo for Yumi of Japan. O'Hara had hit 265 in the second attempt.
Yeah.
O'Hara, Japan.
See if O'Hara keep his feet for this third attempt here.
Yeah, we'd seen a little imbalancing. And once you lose it on the foot, the knee comes in. Once you lose it on the knee, the weight shifts on your back. And then and the type of weight these fellas are moving.
Exactly.
You can see it's like a building that's losing its foundation. Oh, nope.
Oh, well got loaders. Unfortunately, no lift for Yumi.
It's helped off the platform. And the spotters and loaders, despite a lot of weight having to be moved, keeping the pace of this.
Good. Nice catches there.
Yeah, very nice catching. I believe that gentleman's name is Luigi. He's been bang on with these catches. And that's one of the toughest jobs when you're spotting and loading is catching a big man like that.
Yeah.
It's a little nerve-wracking. He's a big man himself. And here's Robin from Germany, 275 kilo, loaded on the bar for his final attempt. 10 kilo jump. Had to retake his first squat, which was 265. And I think you had said he's likely not to jump too big. You don't want to leave kilos on the table. Looks like he's following that advice. Oh. Should have 10 more kilos towards his total. And he does.
Good lift, 3 white lights for Robin at 275 kilos. Next one on the bar is 280 kilos, Callum Humphrey, New Zealand.
Bar's ready.
And the bar is loaded. 280 kilos of Callum Humphrey.
Let's go, Callum. Come on, Callum.
Callum Pumfleet, 280 kilo being loaded on the bar.
Really got to nail that depth this time.
Yeah. It only takes a stitch lower. He was already within range on the second attempt. Oh, and it's a little bit more. Wow, what a fight. Callum's got some heart on him. Let's see if he hit depth this time, though. 3 white lights.
There we go.
You would hate to fight that hard, empty
yeah.
the gas tank and miss it, but they don't reward you whites for a fight. You have to hit depth, and he did. 282.5 for Taki Yamakawa of Japan. 5 kilo jump. That's fairly conservative for this weight, but he had to work for a second. So 5 kilo just might be appropriate. Oh, wow.
Nice. That was actually almost faster than the second.
I think that was. He started gaining speed here. Little extra weight on the back gives a little extra motivation, and some lifters actually peak their intensity per lift.
Exactly.
You know, you only have so much of that adrenaline to expend. You don't want to dump it all in your first few lifts.
Exactly.
It's a long day. Kieran Gray of Great Britain, 297.5 kilo loaded on the bar for his third and final attempt. This is a 7.5 kilo jump. Should be within reason.
Textbook jumps here for Kieran.
Oh, it's a fight, but I think you're right. That was a well-chosen weight for his third attempt by the British team. Bogdan of Russia, 305 kilo. Going to retake this from his second attempt.
Bar's ready.
And the bar is loaded. 305 kilos. Bogdan Prokopiev. 50 seconds, plenty of time.
Now this would be a nice 10 kilo jump onto his total. There are team points for every rankings. And advancing with your opener will really set you back in a fleet this close. Depth is there, fast out of the hole. And I think he's got it. 3 white lights, simple adjustments. Take another look at this squat. Depth is not even in question. It really gained some momentum of the hole
really
this
kept
time.
that tension. Right in the bottom there.
Enough to battle through that sticking point. Sometimes you got to get a little tighter.
Yeah.
Boris from Bulgaria. 307.5 kilo loaded on the bar for him.
Been having some pretty good squats so far. £677 here.
Now, a 7.5 kilo jump from his 300 kilo second attempt. Whoa.
Excellent catch there.
Yeah. Nice catch by the spotters and loaders.
Dimitro here coming up. 2.5 kilos. Dimitro's a really big subtotal guy here, so he really needed to not miss that second. So
yeah, and it looks like he's inching it up despite missing at 315 because he realizes, look, my base is going to be built in the squat event.
yeah,
It'll throw him directly into third position in the squat event from sixth. One squat will really jump him ahead, and if this is where he's building his base, he needs to hit this. Depth. Wow, and you see now why he jumped it anyways.
Yeah.
Beautiful squat. Makes you wonder if he even had more kilos on the table. When you have that kind of weight on your back, simple misgroove, mistime the bounce at the bottom, and it's very hard to recover.
exactly.
Look at that, chest up, head up, beautiful squat, bar path, bang on over midfoot. And Tristan Nazelrod of US, 322.5 kilo, loaded on the bar. This would move him into second place and bump the Ukrainian down to third for the squat. More importantly, Nazelrod is looking for a podium finish and needs these kilos. Nice wide base. He's a little shaky. Looks like he has it for depth. Oh, it's a fight. It's good. Oh,
there we go.
Drew blood. I told you it was a fight. There we go. 3 white lights. He wanted it and he got it. Very fired up. Take another shot here. Hits depth. The fight comes on. Blood is drawn. But in the end, Nazelrod's hand is raised in victory. And there are some precious kilos, and he moves into second place on the squat.
Excellent attempt selection there.
Yeah, he had not a kilo more.
Yeah, no, that was perfectly,
The Americans-
perfectly selected.
The American team very rarely misses when they're making their attempt selections. What's the gentleman's name running the juniors again?
That is
Arian?
Arian Kamisi, yes.
Yep. And I hear from the Canadian national team when he's making the attempt selection, you guys are aware he's a wizard with those number crunching.
Precisely.
330 on the bar for the Swede. Now the gold in terms of the squat event already around Spencer Jackson's neck. But this is, if you look ahead at the projected, would put him within 2.5 kilos of the American. And for boys this big,
Yes.
2.5 kilos is nothing.
Exactly.
He needs this to stay in the hunt for that silver medal, stay in the hunt on that podium. Precious kilos on the bar, and we'll bump him in the second place overall for the squats.
Needs the squat to stay ahead of Dimitro and to be able to catch up to Nazelrod.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that might be a little...
Might be a little high, but I don't know if there's down up.
Yeah.
It looked like it was borderline.
Yeah.
Certainly a struggle. Let's take another look at this.
Went down a little too fast after getting his breath maybe and didn't get that full brace.
Yeah, and he was wobbly. It was a little untidy. Now 352.5 kilo loaded on the bar for Jackson Spencer. This is definitely well above his 345 nominated. Looking to hit an all-time high for Jackson's personal best. 352.5. really going to demoralize the rest of the field. I said he's got a monster deadlift.
Yeah.
If you want to put this out of range and have people eyeballing the silver and protecting the silver instead of threatening the gold, this is how you do it. Very steady walkout.
That squat command so fast.
Wow. Whoa, and he has it. Smiling already. That was very smooth. 3 white lights. Jackson Spencer is on fire today. Take another shot at this.
777 pounds here. Sits down,
Look how-
throws those elbows down, pulls that bar into his back,
Yeah.
and just jams that chest up.
He was smiling at lockout because he knew he had it.
Oh, yeah.
Very well done. We're going to take a quick move into the 120 kilo classes. We're going to bounce around between the sub-juniors and the juniors. And we're going to start with Ian Lucy of Great Britain with 185 kilo being loaded on the bar for his opener. Actually, sorry, this is the sub-juniors 120 plus and 120.
Green, black, silver.
And for the 120 plus and 120s, I will be joined by Bill Helmick. How you doing, sir?
I'm ready.
So we have juniors 120 plus, sub-juniors 120 and 120 plus.
yeah.
So we're going to actually bounce around between 3 different weight classes
And 2 age groups, too.
and 2 different age groups.
Yeah. We're going to have some monstrous numbers.
Yep.
Joe Pena's opening with 400.5. And Luke Richardson's going to be going after a world record open on the deadlift.
Yep. Now,
All right,
okay,
here comes
202.5.
Cafferty Lee from Great Britain. Wide stance.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had mentioned the other Brit, Luke Richardson, in the 120 plus juniors. A lot of hype around him. He might become either the youngest man to total 1,000 kilo, or the first man or to deadlift. He wants to break the overall deadlift record, the biggest deadlift the IPF has ever seen, regardless of age group,
Regardless
of
age,
weight
yeah,
class, and possibly both.
Possibly. Russia, age 16. Look at this. I mean, oh my God, look at the numbers they're doing.
212.5 kilos for Misha Jafarjan of Russia.
Yeah.
We are in the sub-juniors 120, and it is
Like Ryan just said, we're bouncing around between sub-juniors and juniors depending on the weight.
and let me tell this guy being 17. Wow, these guys are big.
No knee sleeves even on him.
Yep.
That's interesting. That's one of the few that we see.
Naked knee.
And naked knees.
Gives a thumbs up.
Good lift.
Sub-juniors looking like full-grown men.
Yeah.
Bar's ready.
These are big men. Big, big, big men.
112.5 for Carol of Poland.
Yep.
Taking a nice wide grip.
Youngest lifter coming in would be 16 years old. In this flight, that is, so to speak. All right. Strong looking walk out.
Depth for sure. Nicely done. And that's what you want your opener to look like. You don't want any major struggles. You don't want to empty the gas tank. There's so much lifting to go. You just want to get on the board and wake up the nervous system a little bit.
You see some of these lifters coming out here, and in the first flight, there was a couple of them that were not easy lifts. We were watching that, and wow.
Yeah, and there are variables to take into account. I mean, there's time zone changes, massive flights, and so it can take a little adjusting. And you got to adjust your
now,
numbers appropriately.
Hunter Veach from USA. He is 16 years old also, opening up with 501, 227.5.
Depth is there.
Yeah, what do you think?
Smooth. It's on the line.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, Bill, you're the ref. Okay, 3 whites.
3
You
white
thought
lights.
so too, so.
Yeah.
And I believe, yeah, we're going to move into the 120 plus. It's still sub-juniors.
It looks better on the replay than it did where we were looking at it.
Yeah,
We're
different
looking
angle.
at it, though, Ryan, with a little bit of an uphill angle. We're about, say, 3 feet lower than the referee's eyes are. So that's part of the problem.
Derek Smith of Canada, 227.5 kilo loaded on the bar. Again, hard to believe he's a sub-junior.
You're judging by the beard and the hair?
If these guys were in my high school, they would frighten me.
Oh, they'd frighten me regardless whether they're in high school.
And let's
Big
see how he
dudes.
handles it.
Oh,
Very well.
man.
Wow, plenty more in the tank.
And that was more than deep enough. That was really great. Looking great.
3 white lights, plenty of room to grow.
All right, now we're going to go back up into the juniors. We just finished the sub-juniors. It's understandable that they would be moving less weight than the juniors are, but the amount of weight we're going to see now in the juniors, whoa, we're starting with 305.
Yeah, that's
672 pounds for the first junior 120-plus lifter.
And-
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just about to say, we are moving fast. Is it just me or?
No, you're not. These lifters are over 264 pounds. And some of them a lot more than that. Most of these lifters are all over 300, well over 300.
305 on that bar. And Eric Rowan of Norway moves it nicely.
A little over double their body weight there. 320 kilos now.
Ty Williams Scratch opening with 320 kilo.
Ty William. 705. Both of the uprights in. Ty is.
That is a monster opening squat.
And how about a 215-pound opening bench? 250 kilo. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to be a heavy favorite for the bench, considering his opener.
Wide stance, too. Nice looking.
Yep, and sometimes you got to accommodate. You got a big frame, you got to hit depth, and it looks like he did. Moved very well for him.
Canada really bringing out the big gun. Oh, called him on depth.
Jeff Butt, Canadian coach, already at the jury.
Yeah.
Asking for a second look.
And the jury didn't even give him a consideration on that one. They didn't even go to the referees to ask.
Fair
All
enough.
right, here comes Luke Richardson.
Luke Richardson comes heavily hyped, 19 years old. Hard to believe when he's threatening to have the biggest deadlift of all time. Little weightlifting left to go till we get there.
But he's only 19 years old right now.
At 19,
And
there's hype.
Think of that. He's got 4 more years.
There's hype around him that he could be the youngest man ever to total 1,000 kilo. 19. 347.5 kilo loaded on the bar for Luke Richardson.
He weighs 307-ish pounds, roughly.
Yep, just shy of 140 kilo. I seen him backstage. Made me look like a child. Very humbling experience.
Yeah,
I use
it
my
is.
yes sirs, no sirs.
I don't even go back there to those guys
No.
up there.
No, it's the land of the giants right now.
Yeah. Pretty long walkout.
Yep, I was about to say the same. But if that's what he normally does,
Yeah.
to get steady, so be it. Depth is there. Wow!
Oh, he
Holy
comes up easily.
yikes!
Holy
That
mackerel.
is some frightening firepower by Luke Richardson.
All right, now look at what we're jumping up to,
So,
Ryan. Oh, my God.
Joseph Pina, a.k.a. Jalapena, looking to spice things up with 40.5 kilo as
400,
an opener.
not 40.5.
Oh, sorry, 400. Yeah, 400.5 kilo. This is a world record opening attempt.
Yeah. And I think he holds it.
Oh, he's. Let me pull it up right now and tell you what it is.
Yeah. Joe Pena, I believe, is from Texas, USA.
He's a Texas boy. Yeah, it's his own world record. Previously, 387.5.
Why did he go to 400.5?
Well,
I mean, he could have gone to 400. That's a new world record, too, isn't it?
well, he doesn't want to relinquish that chip, I'm thinking.
No, he wants that chip on the bar.
Strategically speaking, down the road, a chip is nice. He wants that even out. Yeah, the bar's a little offside.
Yeah. You know, think about that for the spotter loaders. How the heck do you move that dude?
Yeah, they'll accommodate. I saw Joe in Texas, and he was a young man. Look at he's got to have it offside just so he could fit his arms in there.
I'm surprised he doesn't have the uprights in so he can get his hands all the way to the outside.
Such a large-framed man.
Oh, he's got one rack in. I see what he's done. Yeah.
Just to put a little divot in the bar. And here we go.
Here we go.
A world record opener. Oh, my gosh. That was smooth, easy.
That was a piece of cake.
3 white lights.
Oh, my goodness.
It's got to be asked now. Joe Pena, born in 98. How long until he's squatting 1,000 pounds and joining the likes of Jezza and Ray Williams?
Yeah.
This kid is the future.
Raw. That's raw. 882-pound opener.
Yeah.
Opener.
We're being treated.
To one of the few times you'll see kind of stuff like this.
Yeah, listen, how many people will be able to tell you, I remember when Ray Williams was a junior. When you look at guys like Richardson, when you look at guys like Pena, soak it up. Soak it up, because you're going to reference us in a few years, I guarantee you. 197.5 for Ian Lucy of Great Britain. We're moving back to the sub-juniors, 120 plus.
From Great Britain. You know, it's what's ironic. What we just saw was 882 pounds. Now we're going down, and a sub-junior, admittedly, half of that. And that's not, it's a monster squat for Ian.
Remember, these guys as sub-juniors, they're still in high school, and they're handling weights. Look at that. Nice and done.
Comes up so fast.
Yep.
They really haven't matured. Really. I mean, they got a long ways to grow yet.
Oh, wait until they move into the juniors. Lee McCafferty from Great Britain, 215 kilo being loaded on the bar. This is in the 120 sub-juniors.
474 pounds for Lee. Great Britain has really had some monster lifters today.
Yeah.
They just dominated the prior morning session, didn't they?
Great Britain's got a very solid team in the juniors, masters, and in the open.
They came loaded for bear. All right, here comes Lee. You know, you look at these guys' legs and you just think, how the heck do they make legs that big?
Yeah, it must be very difficult hunting for genes. Wow.
How deep did he get?
That's
wow.
Definitely depth, leaving no question there.
Yep, 3 white lights.
Give the judges an easy job. That's what they want. Carol from Poland, 222.5 kilo for his second attempt. We're staying in the sub-junior 120 class.
As a matter of fact, we're going to do all the sub-juniors before we move back up to the juniors.
120 plus, yep.
Yeah. 120 is under 264 pounds. 120 plus is over it, obviously.
The bull digging that bar into the place he wants. Getting his heels set for a fight.
Ooh, what do you think, Ryan?
That's
Maybe
borderline. That's borderline.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 whites.
3 white lights. Polska gets the lift.
He moved it well. Strength is definitely not an issue.
No. Okay, now we're going to 225. 4 reds on each side.
Yeah, Misha of Russia. We're staying in the 120 sub-juniors.
Each red is worth 25 kilos.
225 kilos.
All right.
From Russia.
Misha Zafarjan. I apologize for mispronunciations. Mine, not Ryan's. We mentioned earlier, no knee sleeves on Misha.
Yep. Wow, nicely done.
Wow.
Hard to believe this guy's a sub-junior.
Yeah, he is only 16 years old also.
We're going to have to start checking people's driver's license. There might be some ringers in this field. That's 3 white lights.
I know darn good and well I didn't have a beard like any of these guys do at that age.
I was around 30. 240 being loaded on the bar for Hunter. Hunting for that gold squat medal.
All right.
See what I did there, sir?
Huh?
It's probably best you didn't catch that part.
Yeah, you're right,
Wasn't
you're
worth
right.
the second go
All
around.
right. Hunter Veach, USA. 520.
Kind of tipping
Oh,
forward.
a little bit of a
Right
grinder. He comes up with it, and
I
the
wonder if
referees say
is it depth? It is.
it's in there. He
Yeah.
made it.
He's got. Let's take another look. It gets a little untight. He's straight up, then tilts forward.
You
Those
see his
elbows-
background?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're going to be that high, you need your elbows to come
Forward,
forward.
come
Otherwise,
forward.
your trajectory and your
and
chest.
you know what
downwards.
that would? Yeah, exactly right. His elbows need to come forward to keep his back flat.
Yeah, keep himself upright. Back in the 120 plus, Derek Smith of Canada, sub-junior, looking for 242.5 kilos.
This is both uprights in. Allows him to get his hands all the way to the collars,
Yep.
or the sleeve collar, I should say.
Nice depth on Derek. Very
Yeah.
controlled,
And you know,
upright and down.
What's interesting too is that they don't squat slow.
No. For big men, they're very athletic. Remember, that's where their age is really going to help them out.
One of the things I've noticed that when you see them squat, the really big guys with suits on, like Brian Siders, Joe Capolino, Blaine Sumner, for example, they really squat slow.
Yeah, they got to load those suits, though.
Yeah, I
The
think
raw
so.
can be a little more explosive.
And in Raw doesn't, there's no suit to slow you down either, for that matter. Okay, now we're back up in the juniors. Here comes Eric Rowan from Norway.
327.
Oh, look at the determination on his face. Look at him, man. He wants this. 327, 722 pounds. Nice walkout.
Always pitched
Ooh.
forward, though. Nope. And a nice catch by the spotters. And with these gentlemen,
Oh,
juniors 120 pluses, they really got to stay with this weight. If one of them bails, these spotters are in a load of trouble.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. No matter what the weight class, stay with the weight if you fail it. But very important when you're a super heavyweight, 120
Yeah.
plus. Now, Ty Williams scratch, 330 kilo loaded on the bar, 10 kilo jump. And we are staying in the 120 plus juniors.
now, Ty Williams took a 10-kilo jump, which is a fairly conservative jump in this group.
Yeah.
Where do you see the next?
Let's see how he moves it.
Yeah.
Depth is there.
Wow. He moved it really, really
Yeah, he
good.
did. I'd have to agree with you. 3 white lights.
Yeah. No problem moving the weight. All right. Now, we're going to load it up to 370 for Luke Richardson.
There's a lot of hype around
about-
Luke Richardson coming into this meet.
How about a 22.5-kilo jump?
Well-
Not a 10-kilo, 22.5 kilo.
When you are as big and strong as Luke Richardson, it feels like the sky is the limit for this kid.
And he's got the mental attitude toward it, too. He comes in with determination.
For a
Great Britain.
19-year-old, Luke Richardson is a titan walking around Calgary right now. He can't walk into any shop, any restaurant without being noticed. You know he's an athlete.
You know, how can you call a 19-year-old man like this a boy?
Well, you wouldn't to his face.
Well, I wouldn't. Huge. Monstrous squat. 815 pounds. That's it. Maintain your tight. Maintain your tight. Push out on the belt. Tight core.
Wow.
Oh!
Luke Richardson, 370 kilos. He walks it out. It looks shaky. His cornermen are saying, let it settle.
Yeah.
Let it settle. Patience at 19 years old with that kind of weight on your back and the way he just moved that, even in the slow-mo replay, hits depth and springs back up. No
Nice,
sticking
yeah.
points.
You know,
Beautifully done.
you saw him take a deep breath, push out on his belly against that belt, locked up his core. Core was tight, solid. Oh, look at what we're going to now. You know, Joseph Pena must like the chips. What you said on his first attempt, I think maybe you're right.
When it comes to the chips, gobble, gobble. But honestly, in the end, a chip, and I don't know how we're going to end up at the end for the totals, but it forces your opposition to jump up 2.5 kilo when you only had to move up
A half a
0.5.
kilo.
So it's
Yeah.
a strategy game. So 410.5 kilo loaded on the bar for Joseph Pena. For our American friends, we're already into the 900s, and this kid was born in 98.
Yeah.
Let that wrap around your head.
20-year-old kid doing a 905-pound squat here.
Wow.
Whoa.
Stays in the pocket, never gets bullied by the weight.
And you know what was interesting? He had his head down, too.
That's how he squats. You know,
That's how he squats, with his head down.
Ordinarily, most people would say don't have your head down. But when you got a guy like Pena moving weight like that,
You just do
Don't-
whatever he says.
don't mess with that squat technique, son. It's working.
Yeah.
207.5 kilo for Ian Lucy of Great Britain. We're into the sub-juniors 120 pluses.
Yeah. Now we'll go back down to the sub-juniors. We'll come back here. We've got 6 sub-juniors and 4 juniors in this flight.
Yep, 2 sub-juniors in the 120 plus. One of them being Ian Lucy of Great Britain.
Coming up next.
And you know, only one missed attempt. The national team's really getting the most out of the younger lifters. And that's what you want to do. You got to build their confidence at this stage, choose appropriate attempts, and the third lift is really where you want to get a little dicey.
Push him a little here. Now, this is a 10-kilo jump. Get up with it there. Come on, Ian.
And
He stood up with it. He made depth, too.
speaking of good attempt selection, I think that was well chosen right there. We move back into the 120 sub-junior class, where another Brit, Lee McCafferty, is going to attempt 222.5 kilos.
Which in this case is a 7.5 kilo jump, which is kind of conservative. But look at this scoring sheet. We've had only one miss.
Yeah, and that's just it. And the British team seems to be very well
School.
strategized and schooled on making these attempts and getting the most out of these kids. I guarantee you they went over their training numbers.
Picking their numbers is
Yeah.
a big issue here.
Yeah, it's
Look
not
at-
something you leave to meet day to how you feel, kid.
No, this is not what you did in the gym. This is different.
Depth all day. Whoa! Just,
Yeah.
you know what? It was close.
Yeah.
It looked like for a second he had it.
He needed to be back on his heels, maybe just a tiny little bit. Let's see what the replay looks like.
Yeah, he got.
He sat back a little.
Yeah, the knees started coming in just a little stitch too much weight, but
Not that bad a technique, all in all.
nope.
Just heavy.
That's it.
Gee
And
whiz, I can't imagine that.
232.5 for Misha Jafarjan of Russia. We're going to stay in the 120 sub-juniors.
Okay, now Misha, 512.6. We have 2 lifters here going to be doing same weight, Misha and Pole.
The pole
Wojcik.
being slightly less weight. So now, will they like that depth?
Yeah.
We'll see what they say. 3 white lights.
3 white lights. In order to be in this class, the 120s have to be slightly over 105. That's the bottom limit. So 105.01 puts you in the 120s.
And it should be noted, Karol of Poland weighed in only 110 kilo, very small for a 120 kilo class lifter.
He is the lightest lifter of the entire session.
Yep, and he could probably make 105, but
Yeah,
gaining
he
a little
might.
experience here.
Yeah.
He could, and as a sub junior, he could always grow into 120.
And he is projected to be the winner in this too.
So maybe that's why he did.
Maybe that's why he's here.
Don't cut if you don't have to.
Yeah.
232.5 kilo loaded on the bar. Speaking of the projected, these are precious kilos. I think he's got it.
Yeah.
See what they say about his depth.
He has a 551-pound deadlift projected opener.
Yeah, he's
Wow.
opening with a monster dead.
Yes, he really is. All right, now Hunter Veach, USA.
242.5 loaded on the bar.
Now notice he only took a 2.5 kilo jump. That's the smallest jump we've seen in this entire session.
He worked hard for 240,
Yeah, he did.
and he's willing to fight for 2.5 kilos.
That's all he wants to get is just a little bit up. You got to. Everything counts. Everything counts.
Willing to be on the line.
Nope.
Nope. 2.5 kilo too much.
Yeah. All right, now we're going to move back up into the juniors, the 120 plus juniors. Now Hunter there is just, he was a little bit high, rounded his back again.
Yep. The elbows weren't under the bar like we had said.
Again, just like you said earlier.
255 kilo being loaded for Derek Smith of Canada. Only 2 lifters in the 120 plus sub juniors, and Derek coming off to a nice lead.
Yep.
Canadian kid looking like the golden boy right now. A 124 kilo golden boy. Nicely done. Whoa, he's good for the fight. Yikes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well done by the spotters, and he put up a good effort right there. Stayed in the pocket, didn't do anything wrong, just a stitch too heavy.
You know, and I won't say this is a disadvantage because these guys are so big. It's difficult for them to get their hands close to their shoulders.
Yeah.
Which, by putting it close to your shoulders, you can pin your shoulder blades back.
Yep.
And you make your core a little bit tighter, but they're so dang big.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's a balance. Eric Rowan of Norway, 327.5 kilo loaded on the bar. We are back in the 120 plus juniors division, and we're going to stay here for the rest of this flight.
Eric is retaking what he got in his second. Missed it. You're going to retake it. Good strategy. Build those kilos. Keep your head up, Eric. Keep your head up.
Oh, nicely done. I think he might have it this time.
I think he's got it too.
3 light lights.
Yeah, and he didn't keep his head up all the way through the lift either. Oh well, it made it. Watch him deck. Yep.
Yeah, he pitches a little, but he's strong enough. Big, strong lad.
Back strength.
340 pounds for Ty Williams Scratch of Canada.
10 kilo jump for Ty.
Bar's ready.
Bar is loaded. 340 kilos.
749.6 pounds.
This is a
Here
monster
comes Canada.
squat for a
Canada's
junior.
got a lot of support here in the crowd.
Nice wide base by Ty.
All right. Made depth for Italy.
Wow.
And
I
that
think
looked
he's
pretty
got it.
smooth. I'd
Yep.
say that's 3 white lights.
Yeah, 3 white lights.
He's happy on that one.
Ty resting in bronze medal position for the squats, and that's a short.
I hope the lifters don't act as exuberant as some of the young ladies did and take a flying jump toward their coaches, because they're going to take their coach clear out.
Be scary.
It would
like
be
a bull
scary.
charging you.
Here, yeah. A big bull.
Luke Richardson of Great Britain, 380 kilos. He's the pride of his nation. A lot of hopes riding on him. And look at the packed house we have here.
Wow.
Wowzers.
They're all watching. They know what's coming.
All eyes on Platform 1 as the future of our sport takes to the platform.
Great Britain. Now he's able to keep his hands a little bit narrower, pin his shoulder blades. That helps him keep his chest high.
Yeah, for a 120 plus.
And he's at an 838-pound squat.
Yeah, he's a very athletically dimensioned kid.
Good body proportions.
Yeah, he looks like he walked right out of a comic book and onto our platform.
Yeah, Marvel. Or Marvel.
And he'll let the weight settle on his back.
There he goes. Patient. Tight. Pushes out on the belt. Oh, my God.
Nicely done. And Luke Richardson is sending a message at 19 years old. Could he be the first man to deadlift 800? I believe it's 843.
Something like that.
Yeah, as we approach, we'll start dropping our deadlift records, but he could be the biggest deadlift in IPF history at 19. Youngest man to total 1,000 kilo.
No, you notice on that one right there, he had a lot left in the tank. He really did.
So,
right. How about this?
93 will be the deadlift world record. There we go.
How about this? 938 pounds, 425.5 again. Joe loves that little chip. He loves that little chip.
You might as well not lose it. And Joe getting a lot of support from the crowd. Now he gets himself amped up. You see this in his training videos. Get the adrenaline
really does.
going.
Good, solid-looking walkout. Really.
Very well based out. Oh. I think
No.
his fingers are around the bar.
They don't have. All they have to do is just grip the bar. They don't have to be around.
I don't know why. Like he's
I
running
disagree
on
with
the
that call.
They're around the bar. Yeah. Okay.
Whoa! And he stood up with it.
Joe Pena, 423.5 kilo.
There you go.
Little shot at history. Is it possible? Can we see a junior squat 1,000 pounds? He has a little ways to go before he ages out. Think about that. He's coming in, right? Let that rest on your mind for a second. We are going to take a 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere. The future of our sport is on display on Platform 1.
Wow. 5 minutes to lift off, 2 minutes remain to make any changes. Next press is next.
I was recording the video with my phone with the leg. 30 seconds remain to make any changes to attempt.
It's worth mentioning, ladies and gentlemen, that that squat of Luke Richardson's was the biggest squat ever in British powerlifting. Kind of overshadowed by Joseph Pena, but 380 kilos is more than anyone has ever squatted in British powerlifting raw before. Juniors, seniors, anyone. Well done, Luke. No more changes to openers, no more changes. 3 minutes until liftoff. First weight of bar, 152.5 kilos, Yumi Ohara, Japan. A group is sub 120 kilo junior. Order of lifting is Yumi Ohara, Taiki Yamakawa, Callum Fleet, Bogdan Prokopiev, Boris Shvetkov, Lucas Dikeros, and Mehmet Kaya. Robin Meinecker, Jackson Spencer, Kieran Gray, Tristan Nazarad, and Dimitrov. Two minutes to lift off.
Pena, I've seen him before, and he failed that because of his fingers going around
Yeah.
the bar.
But they just have to be all.
Yeah, but he failed it 3 times last time,
Yeah.
shifting similar weights to that
Yeah.
last year.
That was in Texas?
Was it
Oh, I'm
Texas?
sorry. Place we don't speak of. Yep. He's so young. He was like 17 at the time.
Ready?
Yeah. And welcome back to the IPF World Championships, live from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. We're going to pick up the action in the 120 junior division. This is six-pack Lapidat. And I have Matt Goldsmith from the Canadian team's coaching staff. Matt, it looks like we had quite the clinic in the Spencer Jackson squatting. You could write a textbook on it.
Exactly.
Easily took the gold medal, but if you look at the projecteds, we might have some battles for some podium finishes.
Exactly.
Nasal Rod is in the hunt. The big Swede Kaya is in the hunt. And the Ukrainian as well. All within 5 kilo. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, Kaya just slightly behind that.
Yeah.
So kilos need to be picked up in the bench press. You don't want to start falling behind. You start missing some attempts, and all of a sudden you can get pushed off the podium or the color of your medal changes.
A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, loaded bar collective are doing photo and video packages. Talk to the guys with the media t-shirts on for your photo and video packages. Time up. Weight on the bar, 152.5 kilos. Yumi Ohara of Japan.
Car's ready.
And the bar is loaded. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Yumi Ohara of Japan, 152.5 kilos on the bar.
Yellow and black.
So 152.5 kilo on the bar for Yumi of Japan. Not expecting any big fights in the openers.
No, these should be pretty straightforward. Nice kind of toes forward, fairly close stance.
Yellow and black.
The Japanese know a thing or two about bench pressing, do they not?
Yeah, they got a couple of good bench pressers.
160 kilos. Next weight on the
160 kilo being loaded on the bar
of Japan. 352.7
for Teki Yamakawa of Japan.
That is quite the opener.
Car's ready.
Bar is loaded. 160 kilos. Taiki Yamakawa.
Taiki, he's hit 155 kilo on his nomination. So this is above that, and you gotta hope in training he's hit this with relative ease.
Yeah. Hopefully you want to hit your openers several times.
I know the
in some
Canadian coaching
capacity.
staff, how do you guys decide your openers?
Yeah, so basically we kind of go over everything, look at what our top ends are, and then we kind of just go over how many times like you've kind of hit around that opener. So if you've hit that number several times, you're probably in a pretty good position to take it for a ride.
And we can assume the Japanese coaching staff did just that because this is 3 white lights right there.
Next weight
Bars ready.
Callum Pumfleet, the bar is loaded for the New Zealand lifter, Callum Pumfleet.
Blue and 2. 10 and 6.
Callum Pumfleet from New Zealand, 162.5 kilo being loaded on the bar. Going over the lift off, take a second to do that when you're heading onto the platform. And this is a pretty good setup for such a large man. The bigger the person, the harder it is to set up like that.
Yeah. No, you just got so much mass in the way.
No doubt, being a
Nice.
junior helps, and that's a very smooth opener.
2. 10 and 6.
3 white lights and a good lift for Callum.
Excellent. Probably jump 7.5 to cross over that PR. I think that's totally reasonable.
And 170 kilo being loaded on the bar for Bogdan of Russia.
Bars ready.
And the bar is loaded. 170 kilos. Bogdan Prokopiev, Russia.
Now the Russian team obviously been in the game a long time. Very rarely do they make a mistake with attempt selection, especially on openers.
No, yeah, they've done this a couple of times.
They're going to factor in all the variables, the flight times, the time zone changes. How do you feel? How the warm-ups go? And that is how an opener should look.
Textbook.
3 white lights and a good
3 white lights, and the press commands are nice. Just keep control on the chest, and you're going to get one.
Exactly.
170 kilos.
Boris of Bulgaria, 170 kilo getting loaded on the bar here.
Media team.
Media team, the butt light has been dislocated.
3 reds next.
Bulgarian also flaunting a little bit of mobility for
Yeah.
a big man, digging
Really.
his heels in.
Digging those shoulders in. Really pulls that scapula down when he gets that hand off.
Yep. And that was nice
Bangs
and
it up.
smooth and easy. Yeah, thus
Perfect.
far, no drama, no news is good news when it comes to the openers.
175 kilos next one on the bar, Lucas De Queiroz.
The Brazilian Lucas will take 175 kilo on his
Lucas to
opener.
be followed by Kaya and
Lucas's
Mayaka.
previous best personal record would be 187.5 kilos. This is well within that.
175 kilos for Lucas De Queiroz.
Staying well within his means for his opener. Looks like a good plan.
Nice.
Nicely done, yep.
Out of block, 11 and 6.
Yeah, you really want to take a weight you can rep out just
Yeah.
in case.
De Queiroz.
Those nice navy and yellow SBD wrist straps here.
Yep.
Next weight on the bar, 180 kilos.
Good time to give a good shout out to our sponsors, Alico and SBD, as well as ER Equipment, Titan, Rogue, and LVD, Ray-Ban, Bull, Alberta Strength, Loaded Bar Collective. Without your generous support, none of this would be possible. 180 kilo being loaded on the bar for the Swede.
Okay, you're nominated for fourth so far. He's also got the lowest benchers of these kind of top 5 guys, so he's really got to make sure he gets all these and gain as much ground as he can. He's also got a pretty decent pull, so
Yeah.
he just got to add up the kilos that he needs here.
Yeah, looks like he's going to have the second highest deadlift opener. And he had a pretty high, pretty heavy squat. 3 white lights there.
White lights and a good lift at 180. Same weight.
So I believe his game plan, as you said, stay in the pocket, collect
Yeah.
what kilos you can. Don't
Yeah.
try to chase anybody. This isn't your event.
Bar is loaded.
And then cover your ground once the deadlift starts up. Robin from Germany, 180 kilo.
Out of weight.
Nice and smooth.
Out of weight.
3 white lights and a good lift for Robin.
3 white lights.
185, next weight on the bar.
And here is your squat gold medalist, Jackson Spencer of Canada, 185 kilo opener. And he has hit 200 kilo previously in competition, so a good 15 kilo below his personal best. This should move quite well.
Extra kudos to him to Canada.
Yeah, that profile is definitely old. Jackson is not 21, and that is not his best bench press.
Jackson Spencer.
Not expecting any major struggle here. Jackson going over how he wants the handoff. Same game plan as the previous lifter we had mentioned. The bench press isn't really one of the events he's looking to gain too many. He might pick up a medal, but it's not necessarily his game plan.
Yeah.
If it's there, he'll take it. Nice opener, by the way. However, squatting is his forte, and deadlift is also, so that's really where he's going to cover his ground.
Exactly.
Next weight on the bar, Kieran Gray, Great Britain.
At this point, when you have a projected total that Jackson's starting to build,
Yeah.
you really don't need to take many risks. It's your competitors that got to take a risk if they're going to threaten you.
Exactly.
If you can really demoralize them along the way, they're
Yeah.
going to start fighting for silver and not even look at the gold anymore.
Exactly.
Listen closely.
Kieran Gray of Great Britain, 190 kilo loaded on the bar for him. Nice lift off. Wow.
Nice. That's a really speedy opener.
3 white lights and a good lift.
Yep,
Kieran
and thus
Gray,
far,
200
everybody's had
kilos.
bang-on opening attempts.
Of the USA.
Tristan Naselrod, lifting out of the US of A.
Cars ready.
200 kilo opener. Also had a great squat session.
USA.
Picked up a silver medal. And looking to build upon that, his projected total puts him right in the hunt for either silver or bronze. Took 3 attempts at that myself.
Looks like it's going to be a very, very tight battle for
Yeah.
that second, third, and fourth place. They're only 5 kilos between each other.
And 5 kilos for guys this big.
Yes.
It's really nothing. They can eat that for breakfast. Figuratively and literally. Easily picks up his opener.
Dimitro here with this giant 220 kilo opener here.
220 kilo opener. Put that in perspective. He's opening 20 kilo over the closest competitor.
Yeah.
Cars ready.
Bar is loaded. 200
If he has a really good showing
Dimitro.
in the bench, that'll make his total extremely interesting.
His nominated bench is 230 kilo. The current junior world record is 240. If he takes a couple 10 kilo jumps,
Yeah.
which is totally,
Yep. No,
you
that's
know,
that nice
par for the course,
10% spread. That's totally reasonable.
we could see a world record attempt with his third and final bench. Huge chest. Wow.
You know what? I think
Hope.
I think we may be seeing just that.
Yeah, that was fast. Very quick to the chest. Very quick off the chest. Looked like he could have hit that for a set of 5 if
Yeah.
he liked to.
Yumi Ohara of Japan is the lifter. 160 is the weight.
Yumin O'Hara of Japan, 160 kilo being loaded on the bar.
Cars ready.
And the bar is loaded. 160 kilos.
We have
Yumi
2
Ohara,
Japanese in this flight.
Japan.
Each lifter, as long as they finish with a total, is going to collect points for the Japanese team. And the higher up the rankings, the more points. So regardless whether or not you're on the podium, medals are nice,
Yeah,
but the bigger picture, points are nice as well.
exactly.
A 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. Wow. Nicely done. 3 white lights.
Three white lights and a good lift from Julie O'Hara.
He gets those quads tight, coming on the way down. Keeps that tension on the way up.
Callum Plumfield of New Zealand, 167.5 kilos.
Guards ready.
Bar is loaded. 167.5 kilos. Callum Pumfleet, New Zealand.
He's hit 162.5 on his nomination, and he opened with that, so we can safely assume training's been going well.
I think so.
This will be a new personal record for Callum. Oh, it's a bit of a struggle, though.
Looks like his elbows kind of flared out a little fast.
It's a good lift. 3 white lights for Callum. 170 kilos. Next weight on the bar. Taiki Yamakawa.
The bar definitely shifted. Yeah. How many kilo do you think he should jump up, or do you think a correction?
I think if it was an error, and it's an error that he can consciously change, I think 5 is fine. If that's kind of what he does when it gets heavy, then
Yeah.
just 2.5.
I'd have to agree with you. And you're used to handing in the numbers, so I'll take your word for it. A Yamakawa of Japan, 170 kilos. Oh, look at that. Plumfleet
Oh,
decided, you know what? I've reached my
yeah,
limit.
just gonna scratch it out.
Fair play if he thinks, you know what? That's that's a personal record for him.
Yeah,
If he thinks he can't squat anymore, save it for the deadlift.
and there may be something like a New Zealand national record or something on the deadlift he wants to hit,
Yep.
and just doesn't need to fry out his back and shoulders.
Well, it's been debated before. How much do you drain for 2.5 kilo?
Exactly.
And you're draining it off of your deadlift.
Yeah.
And that is 2 whites, good enough. Yamakawa gets credited with his second attempt. Now 177.5 being loaded on the bar for the Russian Bogdan Prokopev.
Depashvatkov and Dikeros.
Guards ready.
Bar is loaded.
The Russian on his nomination, 180 kilo. Still staying within his limit. We'll see how this moves and if he's going to attempt a personal record.
Nice.
I would say a personal record has been within reach.
3 white lights and a good lift. for
Easy
both
3 white lights. And Boris from Bulgaria, 182.5 kilo being loaded on the bar for his second attempt.
Bulgaria.
Nice 12.5 kilo
Bar
jump
is
here.
loaded. 182.5 kilos. Boris Svetkov.
Must be feeling pretty good. That's a fairly aggressive jump.
2 pounds.
Yeah, 12.5 kilo jump. It is a big one, but this is the 120 class. Some of these gentlemen have a lot of mobility for
Really
big
like
men.
how he pulls that scapula down. Getting all that tension in the lats.
Wow, 12.5 kilo. He's still moving it like an
All
opener.
right. Cool.
3 white lights and a good lift for Boris Svetkov at 182.5. 185 next weight on the bar.
185 kilo being loaded for Lucas of Brazil. This would be a 10 kilo jump for Lucas.
Guards ready.
All good. Bar is ready. Bar is loaded.
His previous best, 187.5. Giving himself a little wiggle room, see how this moves. If he wants to jump up for a personal record on his third, it's there. But the drop off can be sudden in the bench press, isn't that right, Matt?
Oh, always. Nice.
Wow.
Out of
3 white lights and a good lift for Lucas.
3 white lights.
Next weight on the bar, 187.
Now we got 187 kilo being loaded for Kaya of Sweden.
Bar is loaded. 187.5 kilos. Mehmet Kaya.
7.5 kilo jump from his opener, which moved fairly smoothly. And looking ahead, the Ukrainian is going to take a 235 kilo second
That
attempt.
is giant.
The world record is 240 kilo. Knocking on the door of history is Vav of the Ukraine. Lift off for the Swede. Nicely done.
Same weight, 12 and 6.
Weight stays the same for the German, 187.5 kilo. Robin looking to go 2 for 2. Same jump as the previous lifter as well. But this is going to be a personal best. Good indication how his training cycle's gone.
Yeah. No, precisely.
White, black, silver.
This guy's got a giant frame on him. Definitely won't be surprised if we see him in 120 plus in a couple of years.
Yep. Fairly smooth. That was a personal best right there.
Excellent. No, that was a really, really good second attempt.
Yeah, I think the very well selected weight for a second attempt. Got some room to grow for a third. And Jackson Spencer of Canada, 192.5 kilo. The way he's starting to put kilos and spreading that lead further and further, really just needs to stay in the pocket here. It's not him who has to gamble, it's his opposition if they want to catch up.
45 seconds. Come on, Jackson, you're keeping your audience waiting.
Come on, Jackson.
Expecting this to be well within Jackson's means.
Plenty of time.
He's hit 200 kilo on his nomination, and he is pacing well above that. So you can expect this to move fairly easily. And it does.
Good.
Exactly what you'd expect. When you got a lead like that, really you're protecting it.
Exactly.
Add a few kilos here, a few kilos there. If anyone wants to threaten you, he's going to spread a lot of ground on that deadlift event.
Exactly.
And 202.5 kilo being loaded on the bar for Kieran Gray of Great Britain.
So adjustment on racks here. One of them might be a little tight in there.
Just tightening up that Eleiko rack. Make sure the lifters are as safe as they possibly can be. And when you're being saved by Swedish steel, it doesn't get any better than that, ladies and gentlemen. The bar is loaded. 202.
The announcer talking about the Swedish steel of the Eleiko racks, solid as they come. And here's Kieran Gray looking to test it. 12.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Yeah, he got a lot of pop off his first one here, so.
And a 12.5 kilo jump when we're talking the 120 class. Pretty par for the course. Nobody's raising any eyebrows. It was
Nice,
work.
there we go.
It was work, but it was an appropriate. What do you think for his third attempt, though?
I think 207 or 210. You know, 207 I think is there, and then 210 will, you know, if he kind of wants to have some fun.
Yeah.
But then he may want to tactically go for that fifth and position there for those team points.
And Tristan Nazelrod of the U.S., 207.5 kilo loaded on the bar. This is a personal best for Tristan. Pushing his limit a little, and it appears if you look at the projected, he's going to have to.
Yeah.
He is in the midst of a toe-to-toe battle with the Ukrainian and the Swede very close behind. America's Tristan Nazelrod.
Really got those feet back behind those knees, getting a lot of tension there.
Yeah, you could see the tension. His lower half was shaking. 3 white lights.
That's a really nice second attempt.
Bench weight on the bar all the way to 200.
That's that kind of tightness that you need on the bench.
Dimitrov, Ukraine, 518 pounds.
Now, Dimitrov, 235 kilo being loaded on the bar for him. His previous best is 230 kilo, entering uncharted territory for Dimitri. And in 5 kilo, we'll be entering uncharted territory ever for a 120 junior. Big setup for a big man.
Really stacking that bar on those elbows.
Oh my
Nice.
gosh. Very rarely do you see personal best records just fall like that. It's got to be asked. You got to think he's going for the world record.
I would think so.
5.5 kilo loaded on there. We'll update you as soon as his attempt comes through. But first, Yumi Ohara of Japan, 165 kilo being loaded on the bar.
Japan, the bar is loaded, 165 kilos for Yumi.
5 kilo jump for Yumi. He's hit 165 previously. That's on his nomination, so should be within reason. And as expected, Dmitry of the Ukraine going for a world record in his final attempt. Likely always the plan. Whoa, it's a fight, but it looks like he might have it.
Nice.
And the judges agree.
Nice.
Now that is an absolutely perfectly placed weight by the Japanese.
Yeah, exactly.
Had not even a chip left in him.
Dead stop. His elbows slid out just a little bit fast, but he didn't shift anywhere else after that, so he just had to stay with it until it started moving again.
Yamakawa from Japan, 175 kilo for his final attempt, a 5 kilo jump. And he has hit 155 kilo on his nomination, so we are far and away well above his previous best bench by 20 kilo. That is a huge jump. Taking in his heels, setting up his arch.
Stance.
Yeah, I know you like those.
Yeah.
You're a fan. Whoa!
Taking the self hand off. Oh.
Just, stitch too heavy for him. I mean, he was venturing into 20 kilo PR territory. Definitely pushing his limit.
His feet slip kind of.
Is that right?
Midway off that pause.
Yeah, once you lose your base, you're in trouble.
Once you lose those feet, especially when you got that big arch.
Yeah, the pressure really leaks out of your body. Bogdan of Russia, 185 kilo loaded on the bar for him, and this is also a personal record for him. 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt. Moved rather well. Let's see if he can move into uncharted territory on his final bench press of the day. See those large tree trunk legs just hugging that bench for security.
Just going to push that bar back.
Nicely done.
Excellent fight. Excellent third attempt.
Yep. Again, well placed. I don't think he had any more in him. In 190 kilo for the Brazilian. Lucas will be taking a 5 kilo jump from his previous attempt. This will be a conservative 2.5 kilo personal best.
Lucas been pretty consistent all day, so.
Yeah, they picked his attempts well.
Yeah.
Have him dialed in.
Nice pause. Very consistent push all the way up.
I gotta say, wow. And we have seen very few misses, and even then, they were close. good weight selection by the national team coaches thus far in the men's 120 junior class. Now the German, 190 kilo, a 2.5 kilo jump for him. His previous best is 180 kilo, venturing well past that.
Yeah, nice 20-pound PR. I think most people will be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, you'll take it.
Push it up.
Wow.
Pull it back. All right.
And the scary thing is, I think he had more in him.
I agree.
But you can't fault the German national team. How would you ever guess, hey, I think we're going to jump you up 20 kilo over your previous best.
Exactly.
Especially on bench press. You got to be reasonably conservative. And the Swede is going to attempt 192.5 kilo for his final bench press of the day. The 5 kilo jump. And he is right in the mix for a podium finish. These would be some precious kilos.
Yeah,
very close to a potential bronze.
be looking for that podium spot, but he's coming in from behind.
Yeah.
So he needs these benches in order to help his larger deadlift here.
Sitting in the projected fourth, he really can't afford to miss or he's going to slide back. And
Good.
he doesn't
Excellent.
miss. Wow,
Excellent
very
attempt.
well. And yeah, again,
See how fast he kind of slowed
yeah.
down right there. So it may seem like he's fast off the chest and you'd be like, oh, he's got a lot, but look how quickly he slows down.
yeah, he gets a lot of momentum off the chest, and then he's got to go to his
Yeah.
horsepower. But again, it's got to be said. I mean, these are expertly placed
Yeah.
weight attempts because he had not very much more in
No.
him. If they jumped up another 2.5
Yeah.
kilo, I don't think he would have it
I agree.
any less, and he needed those kilos. Perfectly attempted. Boris of Bulgaria, 192.5 kilo, loaded on the bar, a 10 kilo jump from his second attempt. Taking his time to get the proper setup. Oh, wow. Fighting
Nice.
through the
There we
sticking
go.
point.
Green and silver. 12
I mean, you look at the scorecard,
Yeah.
it is a sea of green. One failed attempt, and
Yeah.
that is it. Again, perfectly placed.
Yeah.
In terms of when you're picking a weight for your lifter's final attempt, not a single kilo left on the table. And Canada's Jackson Spencer coming out for 197.5. Final attempt, 5 kilos less, moved very well for
Yeah.
Jackson. I don't think this is going to be the 5 kilos to break the bank. I'm expecting him to hit this and go 3 for 3 and 6 for 6.
This will put him right at an 870 total and just give him a 30 kilo spread in his deadlift to hit a 900 kilo total.
And he's got the biggest deadlift opener of the day. Wow.
Excellent.
Yeah, the Canadian team really cruising to a gold, it looks like. Jeff Butt gives him the fist pump. You know, Jeff Butt had gained Team Canada a gold medal with
Yeah.
Jessica Bittner, and now it looks like he's going to get back-to-back golds and back-to-back
Exactly.
sessions. And the home crowd is delighted. We're picking up some golds.
The bar is loaded.
But first, Kieran Grave, Great Britain, 205 on the bar for his final attempt. 2.5 kilo jump from his second.
black and silver.
Weighing in a little under the limit here. He's still got a little room to grow.
Yeah.
Fill out this weight class. I remember when Jackson Spencer first moved up. Same position.
Go push that bar back. Nice.
Nicely done.
He's got a really, really nice bench press.
3 white lights and a good lift for Kieran Gray. 12.5 kilos.
Tristan Naselrod from the U.S.
The penultimate bench.
212.5 kilo loaded on the bar.
Tristan Naselrod,
7.5 kilo
USA.
jump. And Tristan is right in the battle for this podium finish. If he hits this, he is just 3 kilo away from the Ukrainian in the projected totals. He really doesn't want to fall behind too much here. he does have the bigger deadlift, but you don't want to push yourself to a limit where they're making you pull more than that's in your limit.
Exactly.
Oh, it's a fight
Push it
right
back,
on
he's
lockout.
No.
Well caught, members. Well caught.
Yeah, just a little too much for him.
Dimitri makes this. He's 8 kilos ahead of Nasal Rod.
Yeah.
240.
This is
That's
the
gonna
world record attempt.
The 8 kilos he needs to give him that cushion once we get into the deadlift.
Dmitry Vov. 240.5 kilos getting loaded on the bar. The biggest bench press in history for the 120 kilo junior class. And as you had pointed out, establishing a bit of a lead over the American heading into the final event.
He gets it.
Bar's ready.
And the bar is loaded. 240.5
So,
kilos.
the other thing with this chip is it also forces Nasal Rod to add that extra 2 kilos onto his deadlift,
That's right.
because I don't think Nasal Rod's going to be able to pull a
World record.
world record deadlift.
Yep. So a lot of strategy being placed on this final bench press.
So Nasal Rod's going to have to add 10 kilos over Nasal Rod's total if Dimitro can get this.
Oh, wow. And I believe he's done it.
Oh,
no.
Now, the Ukrainian coach can protest this.
I would say they
I
should.
would say they probably definitely should. Oh, there's one running around from the back here, so we're going to see what's going on.
Yeah, I would. I mean, you risk nothing by doing that.
Yes, exactly.
On the bar as we move into the B group. This is the supers and the sub-junior sub-120s. The first one on the bar is 107.5. The lifter is
And we'll keep you updated on whether or not the protest will go through.
opening his bench account with
And
107.5 kilos.
the jury having a discussion.
Bar's ready.
And the bar is loaded. 107.5
I don't
kilos.
think
Ian.
the protest went through, so the world record will not stand. And I am joined back in the booth by Bill Helmick for the 120 plus juniors, the 120 sub juniors, and the 120 plus sub juniors. How you doing, Bill?
Good, good.
How you liking the action?
Oh, this is a great session, boy. I didn't expect to see world records here
Ian
so
Lucy of
fast.
Great Britain, yeah, 107.5. That moved pretty smoothly.
That's what your opener should look like. 3 white lights and
Now, the importance of an opener, Bill, when it's a sub-junior and you're trying to build a little confidence with a sub-junior, pretty
Well,
important for them to smoke that opener, no?
yeah, it's always your first squat that makes you nervous. You get past it, and then you got nerves all over again
Yeah.
on your first bench. Generally speaking, for me, it's never been. I've never been nervous on deadlift, but boy, first squat I'm a basket case. First bench I'm not quite as basket case, but close to it. So
Lee McCafferty of Great Britain, 110 kilo loaded on the bar for him. And he takes it. Now, do you think for sub-juniors, is it even more of a fine art making sure they hit their opener to build their confidence, given the age group?
I think the nervousness is not really an issue of sub-junior. You're the same way. It's how many years of experience you have.
Yeah.
And, some of these kids could have a lot. He's been competing 3 years, Misha has.
Yeah.
And he's only 16 years old.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
I mean-
When I was 13, I was doing much simpler things.
Yeah. I didn't even know powerlifting existed.
Same, 137.5 kilo for his opener. We'll see how he handles it. And oftentimes in the openers, you're not looking for any drama. You surely don't want any grinders.
No. You want to make sure that you get the first one in. He was looking, did he beat the press command a little bit?
Oh,
Nope,
just
they
in
said
time.
not.
Just in time.
Yep.
And the pole will take 142.5 kilos for Carol. Yeah, and the fair these, not only do you want to hit your opener, but you want a little room to grow because the bench press, it really gets heavy quickly. 2.5 kilos can make all the difference in the world, can it?
Yes. Now, you'll notice that I was going to say something about the last lifter, but that's a little late now.
It's okay. We'll see him again, sir.
Yeah.
Taking his time to set this up. You got a minute.
These, you know what, you and I commented earlier on when we were watching the young ladies and how wide their hand spacing is. You don't see that as much on the big guys. They a lot more tricep shoulder presses than they're trying to, and they're going to have a long bench stroke anyway.
Yeah, this is true, and a lot thicker gentlemen, so they're a lot thicker in the shoulders, thicker in the arms altogether. 3 white lights.
I've noticed that one of the things is there's a biomechanical advantage for lifters that have short arms, and conversely, there's a biomechanical advantage if you have long arms for the deadlift.
That's right.
Short arms for the bench, long arms for the deadlift.
It's the yin and the yang. Derek Smith of Canada, 142.5 kilo. This is the sub-juniors 120 plus, and there's...
9 and 6.
This will finish these. Yep. No, we got one more. That's right. One more. You know what's interesting? They didn't make you put his hair in ponytail.
So that they can
Now,
see if his head comes up.
See how narrow his hands are?
Yeah, well said. That is almost a narrow grip bench press.
Yeah, it is.
He does it easily enough, but yeah, I can see what you mean there. 3 white lights.
A lot of these 120, 120 plus, I mean, their arms are huge.
And it can be a long way up.
Yeah, it really is.
We're going to move back into the sub-junior 120s, 150 kilo being loaded on the bar for Hunter Veach.
330 pounds here for Hunter. Now he has the highest opener in the 120s.
Yeah, this is some big weights for some teenagers to be moving.
Yeah.
For openers with relative ease on top of that.
You'll notice that with this, by the way, is, I think, maybe I'm wrong here, but I believe the first lifter to have seen wearing a belt in this section.
Yeah, well said there, Bill. And the belt, I mean, I wear a belt for bench, 3 white lights, by the way. I like the compression. Obviously, the spine's not in any danger, it's not for safety, but to blow out against it for the internal compression helps build a little force.
Yeah. And now look at this. Eric is 21. He's been competing for 5 years.
Yeah, already a veteran of the game. By the time he moves into the open, a grizzled veteran.
Yeah. So, you know, they're a little bit nervous, but, you know, they've gotten past the
They're not making rookie mistakes, right?
They shouldn't be.
180 kilo in the 120 plus juniors, and that moves well.
They should have had a lot of experience, a lot of meats under their belt. He's wearing a belt also.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, so if you have a very pronounced arch, sometimes a belt tends to flatten you out.
Yes.
If you can pull it off without flattening yourself out, you have the benefit of that internal pressure it creates for you. So, Luke Richardson of Great Britain, 190 kilo opener.
Now remember, he had a 380 kilo squat to add on top of it.
Yeah.
Now he's working his way toward that 1,000 kilo mark.
He is. He could be the youngest man in history ever to reach 1,000 kilo total. And he has an absolute...
He actually has an arch.
Yeah, for a big man rocking a belt.
Yeah. And he's wearing the belt, too. It's rare you see the 120s in the... Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
A lot of bar speed there.
Yeah, plenty of room to go.
Now, the rule says on this, okay, you see him sink it, but he doesn't sink and heave after he gets the press command. So you can sink it before the press command as long as it doesn't sink again after you get the press command.
That's right.
And the way it's written, it says sinking and heaving after the press. So you have to have both. If the rule was written sink or heave after the press, then he would have been a red light.
Joseph Pina, 192.5 kilo. And Joe's also wearing a belt.
Yeah. Not much of an arch. You very rarely see the 120s and the 120 plus have their butt come off the bench.
He's a barrel-chested young man, and that moves extremely easily.
Oh, that was easy. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what Luke and Pena do as their increments, because they're both playing for the same thing. I'm not looking to get 1,000 kilos here unless I win the gold medal.
That's true. You wouldn't overextend at the risk of becoming a world champion. Well said. And Ty William of Canada, 215 kilo, a really big opener and obviously a heavy favorite for the gold medal in the bench press event.
Yeah.
Going over his liftoff.
The the handoff person is critical in the bench. And they're moving some big weights, too. I think Brock Haywood is the handoff
I was going to
person.
say, is that Brock? Well, he knows a thing or two.
Yeah, Brock is a good lifter.
As well as official.
Also been on the jury a lot, too, during this meet. And helping with the meet directing.
Wearing several hats. Oh, a little bit of a shake there. Nicely done, though. Wow. Shot that up with ease. Unclasped the belt. Look at him just slide off that bench. Let me see it. Give me the whites.
He noticed he got a red light.
Yeah, why is that?
Number 3 card. I kind of don't know. Well, his butt didn't come off the bench. His foot looked okay, so that has got to be maybe commands. We didn't see the replay.
You know what? I just got the head nod there that possibly a butt off the bench. I didn't see the replay as well.
Oh.
Well,
interestingly enough, the issue on the butt coming off the bench, you've actually got to see daylight. Not
movement.
Not movement.
But right across.
It's got to be daylight.
So
underneath.
one cheek comes off, you're still good.
Oh, yeah. If the other cheek stays on.
That's right. Keep one cheek in the party. 115 kilo for Ian Lucy of Great Britain. Moved rather smoothly.
Yeah.
And that was the sub-junior 120 plus.
As big as these guys are, as big as their chest is, they can have a much higher safety.
Yeah, you know what? I think you're right. I don't think that safety would have saved them, but the spotters all over these gentlemen today.
Yeah. And you don't need to have the safety so that it just clears your throat. Because you can still stop your heart if you drop the bar on your chest. And, you can do a couple-inch compression, but they clear their chest by so much. I'm not even sure that they've been changing the safeties.
Lee McCafferty of Great Britain here, 117.5. Wow, that moved really well for him, didn't it?
Yes. When you're doing bench with equipment, with shirts, bar speed makes a ton of difference because you're setting the shirt and you get so much bar speed. But these guys are maintaining lots of bar speed raw.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of firepower behind these gentlemen. Amongst these gentlemen with the firepower, Jafarjan of Russia, 145 kilo loaded on the bar for second attempt. 7.5 kilo jump, and it's hard to believe. You almost forget these are sub-juniors and teenagers coming out here.
Yeah. Now, he's only 112 kilos, so he's 8 kilos under, so he's about 16, 18 pounds under the class limit. So he's still giving up to a person who's right at it.
Yeah, plenty of room to grow.
Yeah.
And in a few years, who knows how big he might be. Just strut, doesn't even bother looking back for the lights. He's confident. That's right.
See, now, he had a hip flex, but his hip didn't come off the bench.
Yeah, you see that leg drive kicking in. And Carol from Poland.
When you do the leg drive, what you're supposed to do is to try and drive your lower body back toward your head, horizontally, not vertically.
So you just lift your butt off the bench. Exactly. 147.5 kilo for the pole. And yeah, you were mentioning smaller 120s. He weighed in just over 110 kilo. But again, these are teenagers still growing in. No sense cutting at a too young of age.
Yeah. 5 kilos is a lot to cut.
Nicely done. It slows, but does not stop.
Looked like that. It was a good lift, no problem. Looked like he may have pushed straight up.
152.5 kilos.
Yeah, not really
Yeah.
too much of an arch
Not much
on
of an
that
arch.
bar path.
Could have pushed it back toward his eyes a little bit. Might have gained a little bit of bar speed that way.
And Derek Smith from Canada, we're going to move into 120 plus, put his hair up. I think the TCU had said. Surprised they didn't catch him. They did this time. They might have heard
did
you.
this time. And again, very narrow grip for Derek.
Yeah, for a big man. 252.5 kilo. Yep.
And you watch, I'll bet his elbows stay down. Well, we didn't see a vertical. Yeah, they're down along his sides. So he's using triceps and shoulders.
Pretty snug. But against Sub Junior, I'm sure he's going to adapt the style as he moves along.
You know, kind of a humorous little aside there. They probably came back there and they told TC told him, "You need to put your hair up." I don't have a hair tie.
Can I borrow a hair tie? 160 kilo for Hunter Beach of the U.S. And we are back in the Sub Juniors 120 category.
10 kilo jump.
Yeah, 10 kilos. And that's a sizable jump for the bench press.
Well, all except Wojcik has taken even more than that. No, wait, I'm sorry. Safarjan took 7.5. McCafferty took 7.5.
Moves well despite the 10 kilo jump, and it looks like he's got quite a bit to spare. What do you think?
Yeah. Good bar speed. It's not a grinder. One thing, you know, you asked the question about the juniors versus the sub-juniors versus the juniors.
Yep.
One thing I think may be a possible consequence is that a sub-junior, when they reach close to their limit, they're not going to be able to grind it out. They may... They reach a limit and it's just failure. Whereas a junior, you know, and an open master may be able to just maintain the force for a little longer duration. Maybe that's the reason.
And a 10 kilo jump for Eric Rowan of Norway, 190 kilo loaded on the bar. Handles it quite well.
Yeah. Now, pretty significant jump over the sub-juniors as to the amount of pounds. And you can see it slowed down bar speed a little bit, at least for Eric.
Yeah, no major sticking points yet, but I got to agree. The bar speed slowed, perhaps a 5 kilo jump.
Yeah. Now,
Luke Richardson, 202.5 kilo.
Now, this is a 12.5 kilo jump. He had no problems before.
And every kilo jump, he gets a little closer to that magical 1,000-pound kilo total.
12.5 will put him up here at 942 kilos.
He would be the first teenager to achieve this.
Unreal. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's downright frightening is what it is. Oh, my
Whoa.
gosh.
You know, you
12.5 kilo did not slow him at all. Talk about slow bar speed, Bill.
No. I was going to say, if I were him, I would take at least a 10 kilo jump again.
I'm going to have to agree with you.
It'd be interesting to see what he puts in.
Bar is loaded, 202.5 kilos.
Building toward that final total.
And Pina also taking 202.5.
But he only took a 10 kilo jump. So.
Now, Pina is staying neck and neck with Richardson right now in the subtotal, but Richardson has that monster deadlift. He's really going to pull away once the deadlift event begins.
Now, Pina has a little bit wider hand grip than the others have tended to.
Yeah, he's right on that line of legal.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Yeah. You know, you can't compare bar speed lifter to lifter.
It's true. Yeah.
You can only compare bar speed to yourself on the prior lifts. And how did I do in comparison? It's fast twitch muscle versus slow twitch, and how many you can activate.
Yeah, and some guys grind them out regardless now. Ty William from Canada, 227.5 kilo. We're getting into the 500-pound range on his second attempt, and he's a junior.
Yeah. all of, in this case, 22 years old, depending on what his birthday actually is.
The world record is 235 kilo. Ty, if he hits this with a nice bar speed on him, is within range.
Maybe.
7.5 kilo with a chip. Let's see.
Yeah, he's going to have some good bar speed here for the coach to suggest we go after that world record.
Yep. Probably right. It should be stated.
And he's already got to he's locked in the gold on the bench so far.
Wow, that's pretty fast.
Yeah, that was. By the way, just as you watched that, there was a pause as it came up.
Yeah.
It did not go down,
That's
though.
right. That's right. Now, when I look at his projected total, he's fairly comfortable in bronze. If he goes for the world record in his third attempt and misses, I don't think he's gambling anything. So the chance for a world record on the world stage, the juice might be worth the squeeze if you catch my drip, but we'll see.
Yeah, because
he's going to have a conversation with the team.
Yeah, he's sitting up 32.5 kilos over fourth place.
And he's got a pretty big dead, although the Norwegian can outpull him, and it's not out of the realm that he could catch up. So we'll see what the Canadian coaching staff decides. Ian Lucy of Great Britain, 120 kilo. We're back in the 120 plus sub-juniors.
And further your comment there,
Yep.
Do I go for short-term gain, long-term loss?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. He's going for the world record.
He did put it in.
And there it is.
235.5. Yeah.
That's a well-placed third attempt for Ian Lucy. Speaking of well-placed third attempts, I don't think he had a whole lot more kilos in the tank, and they got everything they had out of their lifter. Well done by the Great Britain team.
Yeah, and that was a good number.
Yep. And we're going to move into the sub-juniors 120 class where Lee McCafferty of Great Britain is going to attempt 125 kilo for his final attempt. 7.5 kilo jump for Lee.
Now, Lee is sitting in fourth with not really much possibility of moving into third here, but you still want to do your own best as you possibly can.
Yep, for yourself, your own pride, but also, your team has points.
Yeah.
Remember, and your participation is big.
We do get points for the team regardless of your placing. Oh, he maintained a lot of bar speed in that one.
Yeah.
125.
Oh, whoa. So what are yellows on the bench there? He looked a little confused himself. His butt come up. It looked like the butt came off the bench there. Yeah, from our angle in the booth, without the slow-mo, we really can't get a good angle there.
Right. And remember, the camera angle is not looking at it the same way that the
judges either.
are.
Yeah, so we're all a little different here.
All a little different. And that, by the way, is one of the reasons why the jury will not rely on a video taken by, say, the team to be used in a protest.
Yeah.
Because it's not sitting in the eyes or the position of the eyes of the referee.
150 kilo by the Russian, and he's struggling, isn't he, Bill? That looks like a lost cause. Yeah. Good catch by the spotters. He's grabbing his back. See, we had mentioned you really strain your lower back when you're flexing or that kind of tension, and he hops up off the platform and immediately grabs his lower back.
Yeah, he is probably, it's not a strain, but he is spasming.
Yeah.
And you try and just maintain all that core tightness, and that's part of it. He's locked up his erectors.
150 kilo for the pole. Just 17 years old, if you could.
Now, this is a very small increase. Matter of fact, all the way through, 142 to 147, 5 kilos. 147 to 150, 2.5 kilos.
Yeah.
So,
perhaps looking at the projected, he is neck and neck with the American, battling it out and worried if you just throw away your third attempt. It might come down to 2.5 kilos.
Well, in this case, the pole has a huge deadlift compared to the American.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
and there's 2.5 more kilos.
He gets this one. That's 2.5 kilo more.
That he doesn't have to pull.
Yeah, that helps. Think about it.
Moving back to the 120 plus sub-junior class, and Derek Smith is going to go for 160-pound final press.
160 kilos.
Oh, yeah, kilos.
Remember, we have a rising bar.
That's right.
Come on, Canada.
Yeah.
Hands together for Derek.
The home country rallying behind their lifter.
Derek has been doing really well as far as his progressions, picking his numbers here. 10-kilo jump first to second, 7.5-kilo jump here. Good. Narrow grip. Using his triceps.
Oh, nicely done, yeah. And there's a gold in the bench for Derek Smith of Canada.
That, by the way, was gold in the bench for Derek Smith. Here comes USA.
Moving back into the sub-juniors 120, yeah, we got Hunter Veach, 167.5 kilos, getting loaded on the bar for his final bench of the day.
167.5 kilos, Hunter Veach,
All right. 7.5 kilo.
Yep.
10 for his first increment, 7.5 for his second.
Now, we had said he's in a neck-and-neck battle with the pole, who's a much bigger deadlifter. He needs all the kilos he can out of the bench event.
And he just lost it. He just lost
down?
it. He had downward movement. You're going to see a blue card, I'll bet. Yep.
Well said. Eagle Eye Bill zeroing in on those infractions.
Actually, he had his butt may have been off too. But now, that's 2.5 kilos he needed. Now that puts him behind Wojcik.
And when you go into the deadlift event and you're trailing a big deadlifter, it could take a miracle, although, I mean, anything can happen. Now, Eric Rowan of Norway, 192.5 kilo. We're back in the 120-plus juniors, and he's taken a small 2.5 kilo jump.
There's last bench. And he grinds it out.
It's appropriate. I don't think he had any more kilo. That was a well-placed attempt.
It was a good choice.
All right, Joe Pina jumping up 5 kilo to 207.5.
Yeah. Now, in this case, we're looking at Luke and Joe. Joe doesn't have enough of a deadlift to stick with Luke. So
no, he's a subtotal guy right now, moving into second place in bench. With 2 more lifters to go.
You know, and I don't know if this is actually the problem, but Joe doesn't have very big hands either. So he may have trouble maintaining his grip.
Yeah, I guess we're soon going to see.
Yeah, we will. We will shortly.
He gets the lift off. Oh, it's a struggle, but I believe he's good for it.
Get that one, I think. That looked okay.
And Joe Pina moves in the silver medal position for the bench.
And
with
he
2
feels
lifters to
happy
go.
about that one. I think maybe
He should. Whenever you have a battle like that and come out victorious.
Yeah. Well, you know, it also says to me that he might not have had expectations of making that going in. Comes off the bench thinking, wow, I got that. Maybe I do have a possibility here. All right. Now we go.
210 kilo for Luke Richardson. This would nudge him into silver for the bench press event, and obviously more kilos, 7.5 kilos towards his total.
Yep, that puts him up at 945, which means we need 55 using the math here. We're assuming.
Wow, he had room to spare on that 210. I think he's stronger than he even knows because he looks like he left kilos on the table there.
Yeah, and I think he knows it too. He has very good leg drive on that. You could tell.
Up next, a world record attempt, 235.5 kilos being loaded on the bar for Ty Williams Scratch of Canada. Looking to go 3 for 3. We have not had a single missed attempt in the 120-plus juniors, and Ty looking to finish with making history.
Yeah.
What do you think? 7.5 kilo jump.
Good, strong possibility on this one. I think Ty can do this. And I think he's got the mental part of it, because when he was done with his last one, you could see he came off, man, I'm going to go after this.
I got a feeling the world record attempt and his final bench was always the plan.
Yeah.
How many times has he made this lift?
In training?
Visually in training or in his own mind when he lays down in bed at night, picturing this moment. Well, here we are. How does this story end? Oh, no. Comes back down. Good catch by the spotters there.
Wow. You know, he had good bar speed off his chest.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure his bar path is what it should have been.
He cut it a little early. Yeah, it came back down pretty fast. But there you have it. A quick rundown. Scratch taking the gold medal in the bench event, with Richardson taking the silver and Pina taking the bronze. In the sub-juniors, 120, we have Veach. Oh, I just lost the screen. Well, anyways, coming up in 5 minutes, we're going to continue with the battle. Don't go anywhere.
All right. Thank you.
And welcome back. IPF World Championships. We're going to move into the 120 juniors. This is six-pack lap at it. I'm accompanied by Matt Goldsmith from the Canadian coaching staff. We're here live in Calgary, Canada. And thus far, Matt, Jackson Spencer has built quite the subtotal, trailed by 2.5 kilos behind the Ukrainian. However, Jackson about to open up with a 40-kilo lead on the Ukrainian, and that 2.5-kilo jump in the subtotal is about to get demolished.
Exactly.
Barring disaster, it doesn't look like anyone's going to threaten Spencer. However,
Yes.
you got a silver medal and a bronze medal and a cluster of lifters right in line for them. We're going to start with Yumi Ohara of Japan. Well, before he stepped out, I thought this might be the closest stance deadlift I've ever seen. Ohara assuming the sumo stance and the double overhand grip. Locks the lats, sit back, and there you have it. Nicely done. Smooth opener.
Excellent.
Plenty of room left in that tight.
Very straightforward opening attempt here.
Yeah. You really, I mean, your deadlift opener isn't the one you want to gamble on, especially if you're a gentleman like Spencer or anyone who had broken any records. You need your total for that record to stand. So you're going to protect the record. And honestly, if you're planning on winning anything based off your opener, it's not where you start, it's where you finish.
Exactly.
Lucas, 270 kilo, representing Brazil. Also a sumo lifter. Also double overhand hook grip.
Lucas had a pretty good day so far.
Nicely done there. Now, for some of these gentlemen, 120 kilo class, it gets harder and harder the bigger you are to negotiate the deadlift setup.
Yes.
To the point where you have your Kelly Brantons and your Ray Williams squatting actually far more than they deadlift.
Exactly.
Usually the total opposite in the lighter weight classes.
Yeah.
In the 120 kilo class, are we starting to venture into the territory where the squats are bigger
we get
than
a
the
little
deads?
bit bigger squatters, yeah.
Yeah.
5 reds, either side.
And Taiki of Japan, Yamakawa, 280 kilo opener. Yamakawa, legs like tree trunks. A lot of strength, and here we go, our first conventional, but still a hook grip. Nope.
Oh, yep.
Switch it up on us last minute, and
Oh,
that
here we
moves
go.
smoothly.
Speedy.
Very fast. Very little effort. Now the German will also open up. The weight will stay 280. We actually have 4 lifters opening with the same weight. A very close field entering into the deadlift event.
Up in here also conventional.
The German has pulled 300 kilo in training. He's got
Okay.
very long arms here. Definitely a deadlifter's arms. Wow, that was very nicely done. And with those long arms, it really gives you the length to set yourself
Yes, exactly.
very nicely into place. The shorter the arms you are, the more you have to lower yourself into the bar, and it can get pretty uncomfortable for a guy the size of 120 kilo.
Exactly.
Dimitro of the Ukraine, 280 once again.
Dimitro did not get his world record bench overturned when his coach went to the jury, so he is now behind Nasal Rod here by 2.5 kilos.
Very close meet. Thank you for the update, sir. Nicely done.
Good so far.
3 white lights and a good lay for Dimitro Iceman Wolf.
Take another look at that textbook sumo lift.
Yeah.
Of Russia.
When you lean back, you really want to make sure you don't open up those knees.
Bar is loaded. 280 kilos.
Sometimes a mental cue, just flex those quads. They look more locked out anyways with a flex quad.
Yeah, exactly.
Bogdan of Russia, 280 kilo once again. And he gets a down command. 3 white lights. And his total is secured.
290 kilos. Next weight on the bar.
290 kilos getting loaded for Kieran Gray of Great Britain.
Kieran had a great bench press session here. So if we can take some momentum into that deadlift.
Kieran Gray.
So far, all of the weights have moved like an opener. Nobody's grinding them out. Yeah, and Kieran keeps pace. Very well
Excellent
done.
game plan Kieran's had so far today.
Yeah, you really want to just pace yourself.
Yeah.
And give yourself room to grow. The thing, if you start with your opener too close to your limit, you're forcing yourself in your second and third attempt to have some grinders.
Exactly.
And with 3 events, 9 attempts, you really can't grind out that many reps.
No, exactly.
Bars ready.
Callum Pumfleet of New Zealand, 295 kilo for his opener. New Zealand housing a rather big powerlifting team, and you might have heard of one of the open lifters, Brett Gibbs, once or twice. Double overhand hook grip, looks good. 3 white lights. Have you heard of the New Zealand lifter, Brett Gibbs, before?
I think so. That
He's
name
quite good.
does sound familiar.
He's quite good, yeah.
Of Bulgaria.
Little scouting for the Canadian team. He might have flown under your radar. Might want to keep an eye on that
I
one.
think so.
Yeah,
I'll definitely have to come
Pass it
sure we
along.
double check that.
pass it along. Boris from Bulgaria. We're into the 300 kilos already, and we're still on our openers. Nice conventional pull. Testing it out a little bit. Dip your toe in the pool, test the waters. Oh, what was that about?
No lift for Boris. Both side referees giving a yellow card.
What did they say? I can't see that. I'm not facing the refs, but
I wonder if they didn't like that first little jump he gave. That first jump when
like
it popped
it
up.
came up and down
Yeah,
off
if they
the
want to
ground.
call that the.
They must have. I can't see anything else. But did it come off the ground? Is that why they said? So it was the second attempt when he actually pulled it?
I don't think the rule is that it comes off the ground that it so much that it looks like a reasonable attempt at pulling.
I didn't think that. I never once thought he was actually going to pull though.
Again,
Who
we don't
knows?
know.
Yep. Nasal rod, 305 kilo. Pretty smooth. And you'll notice a pretty wide grip on nasal rod. When you're a smaller lifter, obviously you want to get a little closer to your body, but these are the 120 kilo class juniors, and you really got to accommodate your large frame. Almost a strong man. And are you looking up the rules for us, sir? Well done, Matt. And Kea of Sweden, 310 kilo on his opener. The Swede really in line for a medal.
yeah. Kay's really going to be chasing that podium spot here.
Oh, wow, that looked pretty quick off the ground. Slowed a little at lockout, but very manageable. Oh, wow, once again. So what is the yellows here, do you think?
He's trying to look at the scorecard as he's going here, so I didn't really catch what he's doing here. Yeah.
We don't know. 320 kilos next.
Yeah, I think again that those couple of plates where they come off the floor,
But they clearly weren't attempts.
those bumps. Yeah, and I guess that's the distinction that I guess has to be made here. Maybe if almost what do you do if he almost kind of comes in and tells the refs like I'm gonna kind of bump it a couple of times?
You better, because you don't want to change your deadlift
Yeah.
ritual. You never
Yeah.
want to change what you normally do.
Exactly.
It's pretty common for a lifter to ramp up
Yeah.
and then pull.
In 2016, we actually had a lifter do the same thing and actually lose a lift on that as well.
Jackson Spencer, 320 kilo opener.
Opening over 700 pounds.
Yep. I believe this is what he opened with in squat. Jackson having the day of his life. Nice little hip bump. Breaks attention like he's all smiles, and why wouldn't he be?
There we go.
Look at him. He's just having the day of his life. Look at him. He just breaks the inertia off the ground and keeps it moving. Bar never slows. Beautifully done. Did you get a ruling on that, the deadlift for 250 kilo on Ohara from Japan? This is a 20 kilo jump from his opener.
250 kilos, Yumi Ohara, Japan.
White, black.
Assuming the sumo stance. Now that's really going to hurt. Those, the Swede who was hoping to stay tight
Yeah.
and possibly make a play for the podium if somebody left the chance open.
Yeah.
Having to retake his opener is really going to set him back.
Exactly.
Sits back, and there you have it. Looks pretty clean.
5 reds, white, black.
3 white lights for Yumi, and a good
3 white
leg.
lights.
290 kilos is the next weight on the bar. This is for Lucas Tiqueiros, Brazil. By Robin Meinecker of
Lucas from
Germany.
Brazil, 290 kilo for his second attempt, 20 kilo jump. Again, this is the big boys.
Yeah.
And he's entering personal best territory.
290 kilos, Lucas Tiqueiros. Brazil.
Might take a bit of a struggle. Double overhand hook grip.
A little slow off the floor, but quite consistent once he gets moving.
Yeah. And pretty common for sumo to be slow off the floor. Got to stay patient.
Yeah. Pretty indicative of no loss of position once you have that consistent acceleration off the floor.
Yep.
295 kilo for the German.
Bar is loaded. 295 kilos, Robin Meinecker.
Pretty slender framed for a 120 kilo, but he is 7 kilo under the limit. Got a little room to grow if he likes. Nicely done. 3 white lights.
Excellent second attempt there.
Yep. Plenty of room to grow. And 295 kilo for the Ukrainian as well.
Ready.
The bar is loaded. 295 kilos, Dmitro, Ukraine.
Dimitro taking a 15 kilo jump. Obviously had a monster bench press and a fair squat as well. But he's found himself in a position where the silver medal is...
I was hoping that would be a little faster than it was.
Yeah, I was actually... You know, I was just about to say I wanted to see if he's going to get whites on those. So the silver medal is somewhat slipping out of reach at this point. Maybe settling in for a bronze.
Yeah.
But on the plus side, it doesn't look like too many people are in range to threaten for that bronze.
Exactly. Only Kay here from the Swedes.
And he missed his opener.
Yeah.
He's going to have to
He would
retake
have
it.
to jump up 25 kilos, assuming Dimitro takes the exact same weight for his third.
Going to have to see how everything shakes up.
Yeah.
When the Swede would need to hit the second attempt. If he doesn't, does he pull for a podium finish or does he go safe and just want to go for a total? It'd be an all or nothing for that podium finish. Yamakawa from Japan.
Nice, very consistent. Slows down around the legs, but
It does, but he's
not
got
really
tree trunk
getting
legs.
stuck. Yeah, exactly.
3 white lights and 300 kilos.
And 3 white lights. That's a nice 20 kilo jump. And the Russian also going to have a 300 kilo pull and also taking a 20 kilo jump.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lifts here, all over 300 kilos.
Yeah, these are the big boys moving big weights. Haven't even entered into the final round of deadlifts. Assuming the sumo position. Nice work at the top, though. I don't know. I don't think that's going to pass regardless. That was
unfortunately, he's got all the cards there, a red, a yellow, and a blue.
Ooh.
No lift this time.
Stuck in no man's land. Can't quite get the hips through, can't quite get the shoulders back.
Of Sweden.
And now the Swede, 310 kilo. He attempted this, moved it quite easily. We're not entirely sure why it wasn't passed.
Watch what that bar's doing. He's kind of pumping on it there. There we go.
Oh, was there any ramp in there? I think it was smooth enough.
There it is. Let's see how that looks. He looks
3 white lights.
There
Back on the board now. Does the Swede
He is in the game.
make a big jump and go for the podium finish?
I think right now what he does is he watches what Kieran's doing right now, and then they make a decision on the team. Because Kieran's only 10 kilos behind Kaya right now.
Yeah. And
They
then
don't
that
want to drop those team points.
Kieran, a 310 kilo, 20 kilo jump, and he handles it quite well, doesn't he?
Nice.
3 white lights.
Yeah. Kieran's game plan's being executed quite beautifully here.
Okay, the
Yeah.
Swede put a 340 kilo
Yeah.
third attempt. That's a 30 kilo jump.
Yeah.
Could be a placeholder.
Yeah,
He's
I think
allowed
so.
to change it. You think it's a placeholder?
I would assume so. That is quite aggressive.
Let's take a look.
However, with an opener at 310, that gives him that nice 10% spread.
Now, he's hit 320 before. It is possible. I mean, he's obviously paced himself very well in training. A double overhand hook grip for the New Zealand lifter. 310.
Good. Very consistent.
Let's see if the judges like it. And they do. So that's 20 kilo over his previous nomination.
Yeah.
We're expecting him to be stronger here.
Yeah.
Is he 20 kilos stronger on his dead?
Exactly.
But do you risk it if it's a chance to get on the podium as well?
Exactly.
Or do you go home always wondering? It's a tough decision.
Ready.
And the bar is loaded at 320 kilos for Tristan Nazelrod of the USA.
And I think you're probably right. So the Brit has 320 loaded on the bar for his third attempt. I believe the Swede, in the position he's in, is going to see if he either lands it.
Yeah.
He can lower his final attempt if he has to, or he pulls if he needs to for the podium finish. Now, Tristan Nazelrod of US, 320 kilo. Pretty well done. Got some kilos in the tank. 3 white lights.
3 white lights and a good lift for Tristan Nazelrod.
320 kilo going to stay in the bar now. The Bulgarian missed 300.
Yeah.
Decided to go up 320 regardless.
Yeah.
We weren't entirely sure why he missed his opener. I hope he found out,
Come on, Boris.
because you don't want to do it again.
Exactly.
This deadlift would quickly move him into first place, admittedly temporarily, in the deadlifts, with Jackson Spencer still left to go.
Up it goes.
Nicely done.
Out of red 5 and a 2.
There
3
it is,
whites.
3 white lights for Boris.
And he goes 0 to hero pretty quickly with 1 attempt. Now he also has got to make some decisions if he's gunning for a deadlift medal.
Yeah.
340 kilos on the bar.
First, 340 kilo, the last lifter to pull in the second attempt,
Yeah.
Jackson Spencer. And he's really just pushing this too far out of reach for anybody to challenge.
Exactly.
I mean, the American Nazelrod has a third attempt that would set him up in a position where if Jackson
Misses both
misses
of
this
them.
and misses his third, highly unlikely,
Yeah.
might as well load it up.
Yeah.
It's his only chance to become a world champion. But if Jackson wins this, pretty much out of reach that he's going to fumble the ball. And this is a junior world record. If he pulls this, it will give him a total no other 120 kilo juniors ever had. Nicely done. And there it is, 3 white lights. And no junior 120 has ever totaled what Jackson Spencer has just done. And he's got one more deadlift to go.
Pushes himself firmly out of reach here. So now it's a battle between these top 5 competitors here.
Of this epic World 2018 Classic Powerlifting Championships. These guys are only juniors. The seniors are going to be running scared watching this.
262.5 kilo loaded on the bar for Yumi Ohara of Japan. Jackson Spencer is just having a runaway day like a freight train. 350 kilos, so he's going for that nice round 900 kilo total. And no junior in the 120s has ever reached into the 900 kilo total. Jackson Spencer looking to be the first. History being made here in the 120 juniors. Ray Williams first did it with the 1,000-pound squat.
9 attempts remain to make changes in the beat.
Everybody remembers the first person to do it. O'Hara, 262.5 kilo. Double overhand hook grip. Oh, just a little much. He'll be credited with a 680 kilo finish. And 295 kilo being loaded on the bar for Dimitro from Ukraine.
Now, if Dimitro had have bumped up his second attempt to 297, he could have.
Oh, he
just did. There we go. 297. Now he's trying to tie Nasal Rod for that silver medal, assuming Nasal Rod misses his third.
And it should be noted, he is fractionally smaller, so tie goes to the smaller man. Yep. Well played. It really wouldn't make sense not to. 2.5 kilo shouldn't break the bank.
Yeah.
And it just makes sense when you're that close to change the color of your medal to do so. And obviously chasing him is the Swede. Who has positioned himself with his final attempt. All eyes whether or not the Ukrainian can get this last lift. If he doesn't, the Swede can then lower his final attempt. So a lot is riding on these final attempts here. Does he shift into silver medal position? Oh, wow.
Just gotta lock it out. There you go.
He just might have. 3 white lights, and just like that, he pulls himself in the silver medal position. Now the rest of the opposition has to make their decisions, and that's what you have to do is force them to be uncomfortable.
Exactly.
Force them to load the bar with something they may not be able to pull. He knew he was mostly a sub-total lifter.
Exactly.
He's got to build his base, and he did a great job of that.
The Swede now forced to stay at this 340 if he wants this medal. And that is a risky
30-kilo jump from his second attempt. Ukrainian did his job. Double overhand hook grip. Lucas for 300 even final attempt. Whoa, slow up the ground. Nope.
Oh, almost there.
Yeah, he got it to the knees. Thank you to the crowd. At the end of his day.
We now load the bar to 300 kilos for Bogdan Prokopov.
Now I also expect Nasal Rod here to pull his third down just to make sure he really secures that placing. His lockout was probably a little bit slower than he wanted, but other than that, it was pretty good.
Yeah, and And just for people thinking about the scorecard, he had a placeholder really for the
Yes,
final attempt.
exactly.
Hoping Spencer may have missed a second.
Yeah.
Obviously didn't, so now he's going to defend silver as opposed to position himself to threaten for gold.
Precisely.
It's kind of out of reach, that gold medal now, but he has to defend his silver medal. Bogdan of Russia, 300 kilo. Revving the engine, but just a little much today. Finishes his day 770 on the total.
Unfortunately, 302.5 kilos. Next weight on the bar.
302.5 for the German.
Where's Gino? It's his favorite
Robin
weight, ladies and gentlemen.
jumping up 7.5 kilo.
66 pounds on the bar.
Devil's deadlift.
Just slightly beyond his personal best of 300 kilo.
Bars loaded, 302 pounds.
Definitely a reasonable last attempt for his day.
Germany! Come on, Germany!
He's a very tall 120, isn't he?
Oh, goodness, yes.
Long frame, he could still fill it out.
Nice biceps on that.
Whoop!
Shada.
He'll be credited with 160 and nice biceps by Matt.
310.
310 kilo being loaded on the bar for Yamakawa of Japan. 10 kilo jump. And we've only had one successful lift so far in the third attempt. So this would move Yamakawa from 10th to 8th. And like we discussed earlier, any move up in the rankings is going to afford your national team points.
Yeah. Okay, so as we see here, Nazarod actually just pulled his third deadlift down to 322
Good move.
to secure that silver medal. And he's slightly lighter than the Swede, so tying up the Swede still gives him that silver medal. And the Swede still needs to pull 340 for third place.
Which should be a big ask. And here we are.
Slows
Wow,
down. I think
great
he's got it. He's just
display
gotta
of
stay
heart
with
and
it.
grit.
I wonder if his knees locked.
I was
unlocked.
wondering about the knees as well.
How does it look?
And the judges give it to him. Nicely done. What a way to finish his day. What do you think? Another 5 kilo we had on the table and left? Well placed.
Great Britain. And we are seeing changes coming thick and fast.
Kieran Gray of Great Britain. 320 kilo getting loaded on the bar here. Nope. 317.5 kilo being loaded for Callum Pumfleet.
New Zealand. 317.5. Kieran Gray to get ready after Callum has lifted.
So Callum, 7.5 kilo added to his second attempt.
Bar is loaded. 317 kilos. Callum Pumfleet.
Looking to bump himself from 10th to 8th.
Yeah.
Come on, Callum. Come on, Callum.
Here comes Callum.
Come on. Come on.
He's fired up.
Come on, Callum. Come on. Come on, take it home. Exit. Come on. Yeah.
Wow. Ah, but is he ramping? I think he is
I think
now.
so.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to be.
Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A valiant attempt.
Got it up over the knees. A reasonable attempt made. Now Kieran Gray, 320 from Great Britain.
Kieran Gray, Great Britain, to be followed by Tristan Nazarod of USA.
A reasonable 10 kilo jump, but we have not had very many successful third attempts here. This would move him temporarily into the silver medal position in the deadlifts.
Yeah.
And if he gets it, seeing how many failures we've had thus far, he may walk away with the silver. The success rate on these final attempts has been rather low. Kieran looking to buck that trend. Oh, no.
No, just that grip gave out, eh?
Yep, left hand. Thanks, everybody, for their support. Laughs it off.
Actually, Kieran had a really good game plan today, and I think he executed it very well.
He
nonetheless.
did. Yeah, and this was, look, he was on the way to locking that out
Yeah.
until that hand gave out.
I think that was an excellent attempt.
Yeah, it was definitely worth moving into position for that medal. Now, Nasal Rod from the U.S.
322, just bumping up 2 kilos.
Bar is ready.
So he'll walk away with a silver in deadlift and be moved into position silver in total as well. A pair of silvers is at stake. Just a 2.5 kilo jump from his second. You got to think he has that. Oh, wow. Nicely done. And he's all smiles.
That should
3 white lights.
secure the silver medal there.
And that could be a pair of silvers. Now the Swede really throwing all the chips on the table. 30 kilo jump from his second attempt. 340 kilo final attempt.
340 kilos here.
But he's not risking his placing,
Exactly.
so he might as well go for it.
Needs to hit this to bump Dimitro to silver here. This is a 30 kilo jump.
Yeah, we haven't seen a jump this big in quite some time. Obviously, it is a very big ask, but look at that. In the deadlift event, it would take from 6th to 1st, and then total, pop him onto the podium. A huge deadlift. If he gets this, this is the type of stuff that Disney buys and makes a movie out of.
Exactly. He had to change his setup just a little bit after his first attempt.
Here he comes.
Come on, commit to it, commit!
Here we go. Whoa! Just that lockout. This is a huge deadlift, and I think he's done it.
I think he's
Wow! Massive
30
deadlift.
kilo
Moves into
jump.
first place for the deadlift event.
bumps Dimitro off that podium.
What a comeback. You could count the number of people on one hand that thought that was going to
No,
happen,
no,
and
that's
all of them have
absolutely
Swedish
ridiculous.
last names. Yikes.
Followed only by Spencer of Canada.
What a titanic pull. Expect that to be all over Instagram.
It was an amazing,
Bar is loaded.
Yeah.
amazing jump
20
there.
kilos. Boris
Sometimes you got to take that risk, and
Bulgaria.
sometimes
know-
that risk pays off.
Pretty exciting stuff. Now talking about a 20 kilo jump for Boris. Also looking to move into first place in the deadlift event on body weight. Slightly less weight than the Swede.
This moves him into rocks. 3 lifters will be tied on the side.
And would this move him into the bronze on the podium?
No, we're not.
Come on, Boris.
So this is just for the deadlift gold medal. Can he take the Swede's gold? Oh, it's a struggle to the knees.
He's gonna,
Just
gotta
above.
sit there. Oh, no.
It's a little too heavy. Gallant effort. These fellas are laying it all on the line for the crowd, and the crowd is showing their appreciation. He need not hang his head in shame.
No. Excellent fight here.
Excellent fight. Now, the man of the hour, Jackson Spencer,
Junior total.
attempting to beat the first 120 junior ever to total 900 kilo.
100 kilos.
It's those big barriers with the round numbers. You're the first to cross that finish line.
Yeah.
You will always be remembered. Here's Jackson Spencer's shot at history. Can he do it? 350 kilo loaded on the bar, and he's enjoying this moment. Never before. Oh, it's there. He's patient. Oh, just shy. Just shy. Not to be for today, but a hell of a performance. And Jackson Spencer picks up his gold. You know what? I'd seen him in the warm-up, and he said, "No more silvers. I'm bringing home the gold." Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Now Canada's golden boy, and he enters into the Open as a world champion.
We now move
Nicely done.
the first weight on the bar.
Moving into
The lifter is
the junior 120, 120 plus, and sub juniors. Oh, sorry, the sub juniors 120 and 120 plus.
Kenya, Scratch, Ryan, and Richardson.
as well as the junior 120 pluses. And I am accompanied by Bill Helmick for the second half. Bill, it's been exciting to say the least. We've seen history made. Expecting that again, we're here. So Lee McCafferty from Great Britain opening up with 200 kilos.
Yep. I walked over there earlier by Spencer. Boy, that's a big man.
He is.
That's a big man.
He is.
He on that last deadlift
Nice
we just saw, he let the bar get out in front of him. And it was about 3 to 4 inches in front. And for every inch, maybe another 10%.
Yeah, that's a lot of kilos.
That's a lot to add.
Keep it valiant effort.
Yeah. Yep.
Misha from Russia, 210 kilo opener. And this is the sub-juniors 120 class, and we're not expecting too many fights here.
Actually, you know, when we look at the score sheet up there, it doesn't appear that we have too many possible dog fights.
Yeah, barring any major,
Errors.
yeah. Whoa, way far back. You gotta be careful you don't open up your knees. I think he might have hyperextended his back there. That was.
Remember now when he came off the bench?
Yeah.
He was
You know what?
spasming.
Look how far back he is. Like he's doing the. Is it the limbo underneath the bar? Or it's a little much.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful.
With a 460-pound limbo, I don't think so.
Bar's ready.
Add to his body weight. That's a lot swinging back now. Ian Lucy of Great Britain, 112.5 kilo. This is the 120 plus sub juniors. We got some rather large teenagers.
Yeah. And in this case, Ian here has got a lot of maturing to do yet.
Look at that.
Oh, nice draw. Oh, better be careful there, Ian. You let that down a little bit fast. You've got to maintain control of the bar all the way to the floor. You're not supposed to slam it into the floor, but you can't let go of it early either. So it's kind of a fine line, little bit fine line there. If you intentionally slam it into the floor, that's a misconduct call, and it's also lack of control too, because control means not slamming it into the floor.
Seen that happen earlier in the Masters. Now, moving into the sub-junior 120, Hunter Veach of the U.S., 215 kilo loaded on the bar for Hunter.
Yep.
And Hunter is within reach of the gold.
Yeah,
He's got some
he
pulls.
is.
Yep. Definitely not a
All
margin he
depends
can't
upon
cross.
what Wojcik does. We just noticed that Misha from Russia, he must have hurt his back a little bit because he decided not to take his second and third deadlifts.
You know what? If he's injured and he's, well, look at that. I don't know if that opens the door for McCafferty or not to possibly podium finish. Certainly doesn't hurt his chances.
No, it doesn't. Wow.
He'll have to get very aggressive, though. It might be too big of an ask.
Yeah.
Little lifting to go. So Carol of Poland, 245 kilo loaded on the bar. We're staying in the 120 sub-juniors.
Third. Wow, we got some interesting contests here. Possibly some movement.
Nice lockout.
That was a smooth-looking lift.
Yeah, very
Good
well
form.
done by the pole.
You know,
Showing
what
a lot
was-
of maturity.
What was interesting in the prior flight, a lot of the lifters were using double overhand hook tips.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it so far in this flight. That's not to say we won't.
120 plus sub-junior Derek Smith from Canada. 250 kilo opener. Obviously very respectable.
You know, one of the
Letting his hair down in the deadlift event this time.
one of the observations that I made when we were watching the first flight, you see a lot of lifters will wear wrist wraps in the deadlift. The wrist wrap really, in my mind, doesn't do any benefit at all because it doesn't keep your grip around the bar. It doesn't make it tighter.
Some people believe it does. I don't like them myself. But
Well, I mean, think about it. even if you wrap the wrist really, really tight with your fist closed, you still have to open your fist to get it onto the bar. Guess what? Then it's no longer holding it closed. So I feel that that's not an advantage. But it may be an example of somebody else does it, okay, I got to do it.
Juniors, 120 plus, Joseph Pina, who absolutely destroyed the squat record, opening with 287.5 kilo.
Joseph doesn't have very large hands, and he's got short arms, too.
Yep.
So you can see he's really trying to lock his grip around the bar here.
Let's see what you got.
Well, that moved rather well.
Yeah, it did.
What you got is an easy deadlift, 3 white lights, and a
Nicely
good
done
leg
for
control.
Joseph.
One of the other
Pina.
things you notice about some of the lifters, especially in the 120, 120 plus, is they'll wear their belt high into their ribs. They're actually putting it around their diaphragm rather than around their lumbar area.
Yeah, for some individuals like Joseph, if you want to wear the belt and get down there that deep, you gotta make do because he's a large frame man. Now Ty Williams Scratch of Canada, 305 kilos loaded on the bar for his opener. And he's somewhat settling into a bronze medal finish.
Yeah. I think he's comfortable in bronze, but there's not really much chance of him getting into silver on
And
this.
there's your double overhand hook grip for you, Bill.
Yeah, you're right. Look at that. These guys are so big that even their double overhand is wide.
Wow, that's smooth. Nicely done.
That was a nice looking lift
Yep.
for Ty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is bronze overall provisionally for Ty, 3 whites and a good leg.
The advantage of this is a biomechanical advantage because you can keep it closer to your shins. You can also get a little bit shorter stroke, maybe.
Yeah, I would say your arms are definitely elongated. And at that, the balance in terms of strength-wise is distributed evenly.
Across both shoulders.
Eric-
You don't have one shoulder in rotation.
Yeah, you don't helicopter like you mentioned before. Eric Rohn of Norway, 315 kilo being loaded on the bar for his opener. Setting his lats and expecting a fairly speedy,
Wow.
nice smooth opener.
Now that's a little bit of a slam into the floor.
Got to be careful there.
Yeah.
These platforms got to last us the whole World Championships.
And they're going to be some really big ones later.
Yeah, well, by later, you mean right now, because Luke Richardson with 347.5 kilos being loaded on the bar. Luke is within shot of the biggest deadlift in IPF history, regardless of weight class, regardless of age group.
And this will be
a
a
man to watch.
world record for the total. He's already at the total world record because of his prior lifts. So we'll see where he gets here. 347.
Yep. He hits this
766.
already
He is
breaking
a-
the total world record.
He's a big man.
Wow. Devastatingly strong.
Okay, there's the world record for the total.
That's how easy the world record for the total falls in an opener.
Yeah.
This guy is head and shoulders above anybody we've ever seen, and I'm not just saying that because he's 9 feet tall.
Yeah. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what he does as his increment because he's still sitting here about 62 and a half kilos under 1,000 kilo total. That means you're having to make probably a 40 kilo jump to his second. That's huge.
Yeah, you know what? Let's take a look here.
What's the record for the deadlift? I don't know.
355.5. Yeah, that's in danger, sir.
Yeah.
Well, that record's definitely in danger.
That's in danger.
310 for Lee McCafferty, sub-junior 120.
Now, we talked about this earlier. Luke's first position or first goal and that of his coach should be win the gold.
Yeah. Absolutely right. If 1,000 kilos is on the table, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, 370 is the second attempt, which would give him a 960 total.
Yep.
And we'll see how he moves that. That's obviously going to be a deadlift world record and another total world record.
Yes.
Look how smoothly that deadlift is. Nicely
Nice
played.
looking. The rule says on this that is standing erect with shoulders back.
Yep.
Stand erect means your hips have to be forward, knees locked, shoulders back. Does that mean you have to pinch your shoulder blades? Not necessarily.
Ian Lucy of Great Britain, 227.5 kilo, easily cracking into the 500s.
There you go.
Yep. 120 plus sub juniors. We'll move back into the 120 sub juniors, where Hunter Veach of US is going to attempt 230 kilo.
We have 9 lifters left in the division, the flight. When every time a lifter drops out, that means your turnaround time is a little bit shorter.
Some guys actually, even though they plan on dropping out,
They'll actually time out.
yeah,
Yes.
do the old gentleman's thing, give the
Yep.
fellas an extra minute. Hunter Veach of US, 230. Nicely done, locks his knees. And that was a
Yep.
fairly smooth 15 kilo jump. Probably has another 15 kilo in the tank. What would you say?
Yeah, I would say so. Good technique. His knees didn't lock too early. You want to be you have your knees not quite locked so you still get leg drive.
And you know what? We might have a bit of a fight in the sub juniors 120s. They're just in
Oh, you're
prognosis, 5 kilo apart.
Yeah, remember the third places decided not to take his second and third, so the only fight here is going to be between first and second, and right now they're sitting 2.5 kilos apart.
Very close.
And in the third attempts, you get 2 changes after you turn in your third attempts.
Yeah, there's going to be some strategizing, no
and
doubt.
here comes
Carroll, yeah, Poland 252.5. Let's see how he handles this. Quite well.
right at the top. There's a little bit of a slowdown here. I'm wondering what he's going to put in for his third. Now, Veach took a 7.5 kilo jump for his third. Now remember, they can make 2 changes after this. And Carroll, we haven't seen his third yet.
Going to move temporarily into the 120 plus sub juniors, where Derek Smith has 262.5 getting loaded on the bar.
Derek's very comfortably in the lead here. 262, 12.5 kilo jump. Strong, not a problem.
Nice pull by Derek.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
You asked me a question.
Very controlled. Yep.
You asked me a question a while back about knee sleeves in the deadlift.
Yep.
I wanted to make another comment in light of what you said. If you're a sumo puller, your hand that's palmed down,
Yep.
the sleeves can peel your fingers open.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Rub your knuckles on the sleeve and see what happens to the skin and how it feels.
And your fingertips will open up on the sleeve.
Yeah.
You hook that bottom edge. So it doesn't happen on a conventional puller.
No.
Only on a sumo puller.
Or if your hand doesn't get it and the gnarly catches the sleeve, which we saw with Tom Keene, ditched the sleeves, won the Worlds. Real quick, we got Joseph Pina with the 305 kilo second pull. Look for Joseph to start getting amped up for these.
Almost. That's a 17.5 kilo jump. That's a big jump. But he's guaranteed sitting there in the second position. And
This is a world record total, by the way.
also
Yep. So he's going to take the world record total that Luke Richardson had set.
just set by 0.5 kilo.
We got some rivals here, folks. You like your sporting rivals. And Pina, I don't know if he's going to get that.
I think he didn't get it. I'm going to say downward.
Yeah, and not locked out. Yeah.
Downward movement on the way up.
You know, Joe's a brave man for trying to push Luke Richardson, and he's giving him a fight.
Yeah, and you
I
know,
admire
honestly, he can do this weight.
Yeah,
That's
you know
not
what?
the issue.
Small adjustments. Yeah, just a little forward.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's from that side. It looked pretty close, but
Yeah, it was.
I had a feeling it wasn't going to pass. Just shy. And Ty Williams scratch from Canada, 320.
Provisionally into silver medal position.
Comfortably in the silver medal position.
Yep.
Putting 15 kilos on the bar and hopefully on his total.
You know, one other comment in light of what you just said about the 15 kilos, you will see bigger increments in deadlifts than you do in the other two lifts.
Yeah, bit of a percentage game, right? More
Yeah,
weight
it
moved
is.
and it's a smaller percentage. More manageable, double overhand hook grip.
There's an art to setting up a hook grip, too, by the way.
Is that right?
Yeah, there is. How you set it into the web of your hand.
Oh, nicely done.
Yeah.
Looks clean.
Looks good. Yep.
2 to 1, there it is for Ty.
And 15 more kilo for a scratch, and we're getting 330 kilo on the bar for Eric Rowan of Norway.
Eric is going to have something to say about that. 330 kilos on the bar for the
And although the totals are somewhat settling,
Yeah.
the Norwegian really looking to force himself into the mix when it comes to the deadlift medals.
The bar is loaded.
That's true.
300.
Because in this, he knows he can't go for the overall total, but it's nice to get up onto the platform and get a medal for a lift.
World Championships, a medal here means a lot. Moving himself into a silver medal position just like that. Got to be careful. He's getting with the theatrics, and they might slap his hand soon.
You know, the jury would need to say something to that because the referees are not calling it.
Luke Richardson, 370 kilos being loaded on the bar.
Wow.
And I'm just looking at
World
This-
junior record.
this is a deadlift world record attempt as well as a total.
He'd break his own total record.
Yeah.
How much is he breaking the deadlift record by?
Well, previously it's 355.5, so that is getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, 14.5 kilo jump over the world record prior. Wow.
Richardson on a whole nother level than anything we've ever seen in the 120 plus juniors.
You know, to break a world record by almost 15 kilos, that's 33 pounds. That's incredible.
Come on, Luke. You want this?
All right, there.
Getting riled up by the Brits in the crowd. 370
Great Britain has
kilos.
really done some damage today as far as their team. Boy, they have had a lot of good lifts.
Oh!
Wow,
That came up fast.
that did. Referee,
That came up
White light.
very fast.
you know,
Wow.
I don't know what he's going to add next. I'm going to guess maybe 15 more kilos.
For a little perspective, 393 will break the world record deadlift ever, any weight class, any age group. I don't know if a 23 kilo jump is on the table for him, but I'm just throwing that out there.
You know, he's got nothing to lose, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't think Peanut's going to be able to pull for the win at this point, so yeah, you're right. And he could put on a hell of a show by doing
Well,
it.
he's 40 kilo, almost 40 kilos down.
Yeah, so that's pretty much. Does he think? Whatever. We're here. Let's do it.
If I were him, I'd put it on the bar. I really would. What the heck?
If I were him, I'd do a lot of things like flip over cars and rob banks like a supervillain. No one could stop you.
Yeah.
So
So-
good thing I'm not. So Lee McCafferty from Great Britain, 212.5, getting loaded on the bar in the 120 sub juniors.
Do it. You want this. You need this. Come on, Luke.
Just a 2.5 kilo jump.
He just wants to get that last deadlift in.
Yep.
He's
Go 3 for
probably-
3.
Go 3 for 3 in the deadlift.
Definitely in reach.
Maybe see how personal best, perhaps.
Yep. And going 3 for 3 at the World Championships with the world watching, not too bad.
No. And the world is watching this live stream.
Look at that. Wow. Well placed last attempt by Great Britain.
Yes.
3 white lights. And he's happy,
with
as
it.
he should be. Look at him grabbing his chest, happy. Love to see it. You know what? You could have got greedy and said, we don't go up 2.5. We're going up 5 kilo. But Would have been one too many kilos, many. 2.5 kilo perfectly placed jump. Take another shot at this. Look at him rev that engine.
16-year-old kid. He's happy. Hey, I'm at the World
nice
Championship. Actually, very nice form.
Stays in the pocket, never gets bullied around by the weight.
Pulls his shoulders back at the top.
Yeah, well
locks
executed,
it in
wasn't it?
nice.
Yeah, he's happy. Slaps his chest, slaps the weight. Okay, so 237.5 kilo being loaded for Hunter Beach, 120 sub-junior class. Hunter
Now,
pulling himself because he's, well,
if he makes this,
he moves into first place.
and he's hoping that the pole, Wojcik, misses his third, he's putting a number in here which could conceivably put him in first place.
We need 2 events to happen for him to become a world champion. Here's the first.
Here's the first of it.
Oh, wow. Well, I think he did his
I
job.
think he did his part of it. All
3
right.
white lights.
3 white lights, okay. Now he is sitting in first place as a result of that, and it all depends upon what happens with Carol Wojcik.
First, we're going to move into the 120 plus sub-juniors, where Ian Lucy of Great Britain is going to attempt to pull 240, and the Brits having a hell of a day today, haven't they?
Oh my gosh. You know, they've had great success with the women. Ian here, he's a little stoked up too. He wants the crowd behind him.
Yeah, you want to finish the day in style, and whoa, looks like he just might. Wow, nice final pull for Ian from Great Britain. 3 white lights, and once again, I don't think a single more kilo was needed. Perfectly placed attempt by the British team for coaching staff. And we're going back into the 120 sub-juniors, where we're going to see the dramatic conclusion. 255 kilo being loaded on the bar for the pull. He pulls this, he's a world champion. 17 years old.
Yep.
A lot of pressure for one pull. No pun intended.
Now, he has to make this pull. There was no changes turned in. He can't go less than what he had already submitted.
Yeah.
Sets himself up.
This is a personal best, by the way. He's got to extend himself beyond his means for the world title.
Yeah. Now, this is only, like you said, 2.5 kilo jump, but that's what he needs, too.
Yep.
He is the lighter lifter.
Oh, no. There was down up.
Downward movement.
You know what? I think the screen was a little premature. He let out a little bit of tension there.
And he loses some of his core.
You don't want to.
Compression.
It was a little early to loosen up. Maybe a lockout, but he let it out when he was below his knees still.
Yep.
Stay as tight as possible. You take the breath for compression on purpose.
Yeah, and you can't keep pushing out on the belt when you're exhaling like
once
that.
you lost that, I think he's trying to get caught up, trying to psych himself up, but got to stay in the pocket. It's okay. All's not lost. He leaves with a silver medal. And Derek Smith from Canada, 272.5 kilo, tipping over into the 600-pound range.
Oh, that's right. Yep. 272.5 just puts him into the 600 pound. Locking his grip in.
Oh, wow, nicely done.
Yeah.
And Derek Smith has had a phenomenal day. There you are, your 120 kilo plus sub-junior world champion.
So Derek Smith finishes in the gold. Ian Lucy finishes in the silver in the sub-junior 120 plus.
Yep. Now we're going to move into the junior 120 plus, where Pina still has one more pull in him. Now Pina is loading up enough, 327.5, so that if Richardson misses his last attempt, Pina becomes the world champion.
By 0.5 kilos.
It's a big ask.
It's a big challenge. It's a big gamble. But he doesn't have anything to lose, either. For either one of them.
Look for him to get fired
Now,
up. He's almost emotional at this point.
Last one, he had a little bit of downward on it, but he has the pull. He has the strength.
Oh, he's got strength for days. No question about that. Also, tons of heart, and it's going to go out on his shield.
Oh.
Too much. But you know what? I respect the fact You got a chance to pull for the win. Load up the weight, coach. I'm going for gold.
I'm going to give it a shot, and more power to it.
332.5 being loaded on the bar for the Canadian.
Joe Pena will finish in the silver position.
Yep.
And Ty Williams, who hasn't pulled yet, who's going to be pulling next, he's sitting in the bronze position. He will finish there.
Yeah, but this pull, if he gets it, will move him into the silver medal for the deadlift event.
For the deadlift, yes. Actually quite comfortably into silver, too, as a matter of fact, for the deadlift.
Still 2 pulls left to go. Oh, he's sticking in there. Oh, showing tons of heart. Grinding it out. I think he's just shy. Yeah. Just shy of lockout. Wow, what a fight.
That was one of the best efforts I've seen.
Yeah. He put it all on the line.
He really did grind it out. And he had...
It is not unexpected. 345 was the weight.
Now Eric Rowan of Norway, 345 kilo getting loaded on the bar.
You know, if he hadn't have lost his grip, I think I might have given him that one. Because he was that close.
Yeah. Look at Eric Rowan. Like a fighter in the corner of a ring ready to meet the bell.
Now, this will put him into
Deadlift silver.
Silver for the deadlift.
Yeah, he'll stay in 4th, but move him into the
silver
he's silver
into silver right now.
Yeah, so, but he's adding 15 kilo to his total.
And he's got determination. He's got a lot of determination.
Here he comes. Whoa! Nope.
Yeah. That was, when you see it from the side on the replay, you're going to see it came out in front of him a little bit here. See it? Yep, there it goes. Yeah. It needs to be right up against your shin.
So the final deadlift of the day, Luke Richardson, a big 377.5 kilos loaded on the bar. Absolutely destroyed every junior record we ever had. The Brit with a historic day.
And what's it do in the open? How does it look as far as ever?
Well, no, he's a little shy of the overall. I'll pull it up right now.
Bar's ready.
The bar is loaded.
Yeah, 393 would have been the overall dead. A little bit of an ask. 7.5 kilo jump. I'm expecting this weight to fly.
You got a lot of people behind him here. Everybody cheering him on. Get tight. Got to get tight. Get those lats tight.
Whoa, no. Lost his balance a little bit and a little dizzy at the top, but that's okay. And there is your 120 plus junior world champion, Luke Richardson, at 19 years old, shattering the junior world records. Pena taking the silver, Scratch coming in with the bronze, and I think you're going to say 120 sub-juniors. We have Veach taking the gold, the Pole takes the silver, and the Russian walks away with the bronze medal.
Yep.
Thank you for sitting in here, Bill. We got a glimpse of the future.
Yeah, we really
Future looks
did.
bright.
Yes. It looks strong, too.
Yeah.
Big guys. All right.
I hope you all liked it. Stay tuned for the medal. Quick shout out to Illegal and SBD. Without your generosity, this wouldn't be able to have happened. Stay tuned. Bye-bye.
Bye.
kilo sub-juniors. Yeah, that's cool. Some fantastic lifting today and a fantastic battle as well, and some really good attempt selection. Usually juniors go crazy with testosterone, and in this case they kept themselves under control. A credit to the lifters and a credit to the coaches. Okay, we are 120 kilo sub-juniors. We are just waiting for the best results. Please give us 1 second. The medals will be presented today by Gaston Farage, President IPF, and Farshid Sultani, President of the Asian Powerlifting Federation. And here we are. So, 120 kilo sub-junior squat. Bronze medal position, Misha Jafarjan from Russia. Here he is.
Yeah, on the juniors, sorry.
Sorry, juniors. Thank you. Right, Misha, you will have your moment in the sun in a second. So, Sweden, bronze medal position, Mehmet Kaya. Silver medal, USA, Tristan Nazelrod. Gold medal position, the Heartbreaker, from Canada, Jackson Spencer. Well done, guys. Pose for the photos.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, all done. Thanks, guys. Now to the bench press. Bronze medal position, Great Britain, Kieran Gray. Silver medal, USA, Tristan Nazelrod. Gold medal from Ukraine, the Iceman, Dmytro Vov. There you go, he finally smiled, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, boys.
Photos,
1,
guys.
2, 3.
Thank you, gentlemen. We now move to deadlift. Third place bronze medal position, USA, Tristan Nazelrod. Silver medal position, from Canada, the Heartbreaker, Jackson Spencer. Okay, and Sweden took the gold medal. It is Mehmet Kaya. And bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that it was decided on body weight only. So very close. Photos, guys.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you. And so we move to the overall. Again, decided on body weight. The bronze medal goes to Sweden's Mehmet Kaya. Yep. Bronze medal overall, 852.5 kilo total. Mehmet Kaya, Sweden. 852.5 kilo total. Silver medal, USA, Tristan Nazelrod. And running away with it, 890 total goes to Canada's Jackson Spencer, your new world champion! Photos. And ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the national anthem of Canada. Remove your hats and stand up, please. And I'm sorry about the nickname, Jackson, but you're stuck with it, guys. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause as Eddie leads them off the platform in a clockwise direction. Can we play the music, please? Some of the finest lifting I've ever had the pleasure to shout about, boys. Amazing stuff. And hopefully the rest of the lifters are already lined up for their own medal ceremony with their team tracksuits on. Some of the strongest young men in the world, in the pinnacle of powerlifting, the IPF World Classic Championships. We've seen records broken, we've seen tears. Come on folks, just bring that a little bit. These guys occupy a lot of space. Okay, so sub-junior, sub-120 kilo lifters first of all. In third place, again this was settled on bodyweight. The bronze medal goes to Russia, Misha Jafarjan. Medals presented by Gaston Farage and Farshid Soltani. Silver medal position, Poland, Karol Wojcik. Gold medal in the squats, USA, Hunter Beach. Pose for the photos, guys. Biggest smile. And we now move to bench press. Bronze medal goes to Russia, Misha Jafarjan. Silver medal, Poland, Karol Wojcik. Gold medal, USA, Hunter Beach. Big smile once again, boys, for the photos. It looks like some juniors don't smile. This is a serious business. And finally, deadlift. Before we go to the totals, bronze medal, Great Britain, Lee McCafferty. Well done, Sunshine. Silver medal, USA, Hunter Beach. And the gold medal in deadlift goes to Poland, Karol Wojcik. Well done, guys. I know Lee can smile. He's not done it. And we now move to the total, the overall. In bronze medal position in the world, Misha Jafarjan, Russia. Silver medal, Poland, Karol Wojcik. Gold medal and your new world champion, USA, Hunter Beach. Please be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen, including everyone on the balcony, for the national anthem of the United States of America. Thank you, gentlemen. Our next category, sub 120 kilo plus sub-juniors, super heavyweights. There were only 2 guys in this class, but they moved some amazing weights considering their age. In silver medal position in the squats from Great Britain, Ian Lucy. In gold medal position from Canada, Derek Smith. Those are the photos, guys. Biggest smile. Thank you, guys. And bench press. Yeah, you may have stayed there. Yeah, in silver medal position, Great Britain's Ian Lucy. In gold medal position from Canada, Derek Smith. And for the photos once again, please. Okay, we're leaving him in place for the deadlift because we know how this went down. In silver medal position, 240 kilos, Ian Lucy, Great Britain. And the gold medal to Canada's Derek Smith. And based on that, when we go to the total results, we know what the podium places are.
Sasha.
Totals, please, Sasha. 567.5 kilos, silver medal position, Ian Lucy, Great Britain. Gold medal, 675, Derek Smith of Canada. And please be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the national anthem of Canada. Very nice, very nice. Mr. Gaston Perez, what's the word, ladies and gentlemen?
Please stay one moment here. Dear lifters, coaches, officials, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, for all the sub-junior and the juniors, I want to congratulate you all for the good fights we have seen here, exciting powerlifting. So the future for the powerlifting looks very good. Yeah, okay, there's coming one more, it's fine. But I just want to say this message before the people are leaving. I just want to say that those who get a trophy today at the banquet should be present, because often we have the trophies, the people not going to the banquet. Even if you will not eating at the banquet, you have we will have the pleasure to see you there, to take your trophy, and then you can leave. Because it looks every time very bad when we have trophies and we make pictures with the wrong lifters. I think every lifter who married a trophy should be also there and on the picture. So I kindly asking you all coming and picking up your trophies. For those who are leaving today, Immediately I say you have a safe trip back home and see you next year in Sweden. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaston. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gaston Parage, without whom all this would not happen. Okay, we now move to the supers. In third position, bronze medal position in the squats, from Canada, Ty Scratch. Nice work, Ty. In silver medal position in the squats, from Great Britain, Luke Richardson. And finally, with some of the most amazing squats we have ever seen, ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal goes to the USA's Joseph Pena. Every squat a world record. Amazing, amazing stuff.
All right, boys.
Photos, guys.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Thanks, guys. And we now move to bench press. The bronze medal in bench press goes to the USA, Joseph Pena. You prefer Joe? Not that one. Silver medal, bench press, Great Britain, Luke Richardson. Gold medal in bench press, Canada, Ty Scratch.
All right, fellas.
Photos, guys.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you. We now move to deadlifts. Bronze medal in the deadlifts, Canada, Ty Scratch. Silver medal in deadlift, from Norway, Erik Roen. His coach calls him Eric the Viking, but who am I to argue? Gold medal in the deadlift, new world record, Great Britain, Luke Richardson. And that's a long way up.
Fellas, 1, 2, 3.
And finally, the total. What a close battle and what an epic competition. Canada takes the bronze medal. It is Ty Scratch. USA, silver medal, Joseph Pena. And it gives me the greatest pleasure to announce that your new 120 kilo plus junior world champion from Great Britain is Mr. Luke Richardson. And I want to know how he got that t-shirt printed so quick, ladies and gentlemen. Does he? Well, he's going to need some more. Please be upstanding for the national anthem of Great Britain. Well done, guys. Fantastic competition today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, they will be led off the stage by Eddie Torres. And follow Eddie, clockwise direction. Can we have the music, please, as the lifters leave the platform? Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Your future senior world champions right here.